was his son.
Oh,
Isaac.
Hey,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yesterday, I don't know exact time.
I know he's been sick.
I've been getting these calls like crazy. Yeah.
Council corner.
I know he's been
Give a better name.
sick for a while.
Yeah.
Councils are saying.
You'll see in your email.
I mean, I thought I was
His sister was talking about.
I did, I got it out and I don't want to come in or when I'm not here. Well, I think I just.
I've got 3 minutes to spare. How are you, Jacqueline?
Okay, processing the news. Weird losing friends to, anyway, but it's weird when they die of natural causes, you know? Yeah.
So now this is.
Oh, my goodness. New password.
What's that?
Tonight.
New password. I just shut it off at home.
I think, I wonder if we could put a request in to have ours changed like yearly. That's rather than.
Well, I hate these surprises.
That would be nice.
Are they supposed to change every month or what?
It seems like it right now. I think it's every
I
3.
never had to do it,
Is it sure?
other than when Sean asked me to get in it.
That'd be nice. I went on that plan.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Oh. All right, so.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Hello.
Hello.
Good. Howdy.
Okay, cool. Laura, you got it.
Linda, I can get that for you if you want. I just know it's there.
Hi.
Is that hello? Do you even have? Is it charging? Do you actually have power there?
I have,
Oh, there we go.
okay, now we got, I turned it on, but I thought I was going the wrong way because my computer was working.
Well, it should
How are
be.
you, Linda?
It's not plugged in.
Good.
Okay, good.
Myra,
Yes, sir.
do you have a moment?
I do, sir.
Do you have a hammer?
I do, but I'm not gonna give it to you.
4 moments and 3 hammers.
Maybe 4 hammers and 3 moments.
Hammer.
Just to break the computer passwords.
Yours are
You
real
can
long.
use the gavel over there.
Okay, so I enter in,
The old password.
right, and it's,
So the agenda for the work session is on 2 pages. It's on one side and then you.
And then you have to say your new password. It wants you to change your password. So do your old one again and then do a new one.
Thank you.
We're too fast.
And this is the things
That's
I'm
all in your.
good.
It was now?
Password probably can't be the one that was last.
You are a doll. I appreciate it. Yeah, and you can't have mine. Count them.
We might need 6.
A
piece.
I know they are.
I actually went to go get them because
I hate this was only have 5,000 of them, and then when they change it, it's just, truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then don't forget to log in or the.
These ones? No.
Okay.
That's a no-go.
Do you want a house?
No. These are good.
I only have a couple of them left.
I can't trade off the cinnamon ones. Last time I had one of those in here.
Okay, so.
Another.
There's two.
These are 1-year-old building.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Is it? I was special. I'm not
Nope,
brave
I'm
enough to
good.
go with it.
I'll shoot you a thing.
Well, why did you get some money? I want to know that.
Because that's all. Yeah, I had this.
Oh, good.
So I gave everybody.
So where, I was thinking it was a joke or something, but. Terrible time here.
Under Google, that little Google sign. Up in the corner, it says Board Docs. Huh. Supposed to be on the corner, but it's not.
I already got it for.
Okay.
Why doesn't it? Where'd she go again? And when you put it in, I come try that.
Yeah, I have a little, down here, a little Google guide. And it should come up. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
What are you looking for?
We need your help there.
What is it?
We're trying to, mine, I have a little Google and it brings me up to
Board Docs?
Board Docs.
You might have to go to your email and find Board Docs. Just search Board Docs through your email first.
Mine comes up automatically.
Yeah. Okay. I've never had to do that before. I like it when they change it. Makes you feel so smart. Good job, Daryl. Thanks, Daryl.
Thank goodness we have a Daryl.
I gotta sign in before I forget.
Okay, I need my notes.
All right, I'm sorry it's taken so long, but is everybody ready? You're waiting on me, I know. Okay, I'll call this meeting to order at 6:04, and this is a workshop, a work session. The first thing on the agenda for that is going to be the discussion of the solid waste sorter and treatment plant, and the presenter is lots of people, so I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. I'm assuming that you all received the information by email, but in case you did not, what I will do take my capacity to fellow constituents here.
What was this one?
Yeah, just take.
Thank you.
I couldn't get open the video parts of this. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Oh, are you okay? The phone's not, but you're okay.
What's this?
If I could decide, I think Tom, I may want.
This is the bad thing.
Okay, we need to pass these on. Linda, pass this over.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and start after embarrassing myself now, for knocking that over. But again, Honorable Mayor, members of council, I appreciate the opportunity to come back. We, as you know, we brought this to your attention at the end of September. We were just starting to ramp up on a lot of the information, and I was really trying to familiarize myself with a lot of the information with regard to the zero waste energy plant. And I think I've familiarized myself enough now to, I won't say I'm an expert, but I certainly have a little more knowledge and understanding of what this project is, what it entails, and what we're hoping to do. I know in our first meeting, Really, there were some questions asked, and we certainly tried to answer those the best we could, given the information that we had at the time. And I know there were two major questions that were asked towards the end of the evening on that particular night, and I wanted to go ahead and try to address those two concerns out of the gate, and then if we have any other questions, we can certainly go from there. And before I get into that, I'd like to introduce a few other people, as Terry suggested, that are involved with this project so that you get to know them a little better, and as we go along in this process, I'm sure they will have a little more to contribute and certainly to communicate in specific areas as we move forward. Sitting to my right is Seth Gale, who is our environmental specialist. So any questions or concerns that we have that might be raised by DEQ, he will be the one that will address those issues and concerns. And we believe that as we move forward with this, and I have already spoken to DEQ, that we may not have quite as big a hurdle in front of us or any challenges in that regard, because the city already has a permit, and it would really only require us some slight modifications and amendments of that existing permit. To my right, further right, in the back area, if you want to stand, Jordan. Jordan Mendez is one of the vice presidents of this organization, and she is handling the economic and finance side of things. So as we continue to move forward, she will be very instrumental in providing any information with regard to that. Next line up is Nicole Garner, who is Vice President of Public Relations. Nina, I'm sorry, I apologize. Nina Gardner, and she is the Vice President and Public Relations. So again, as we move forward with this and begin to reach out to not only within our community, outside the community, county, and statewide, she will obviously be instrumental in getting that information out. Nicole Garner is not here tonight. She had another commitment, but she is also one of the vice presidents in charge of marketing. Again, as we begin to gain some traction here, she will be obviously very instrumental in getting some information out, whether by news media, social media, et cetera, et cetera. I know we were working on getting a website up to provide some additional information. So those are essentially, obviously, the major players. And of course, you already know Rose, who is the president, and she basically is president and all-around expert on all things solid waste. She certainly gives us guidance and direction with regard to that, and I do classify her as an expert in this field, and she's the one that is the catalyst for all this. And of course, you know me, and we won't get into that. Anyway, as we move forward, I'd also like to acknowledge Yvonne Johnson, Executive Director of Carbon County Economic Development Corp. She's been very helpful, and as we have, as I said, since our last meeting, has really done a fantastic job for us getting the information out to some of the outlying communities and actually communities in the state. We right now have 8 communities that she has met with, and they are very interested in this project, and we will be getting letters of support from each of those communities. So we do see, or they see, the necessity of this and the need for it. So we believe that as we continue forward and as we answer hopefully the questions that you have, that we're going to see a lot more momentum taking place. And to us, that's a very positive thing, and we think it's a good thing as we move forward. Anyway, moving on, 2 of the questions that were raised in our last meeting in September. One, I believe Linda was the one who posed this question on the legality. We are actually in contact with a group out of Jackson who are essentially experts in private-public partnerships. And we will, and I know I sent you some information on how that agreement might look, but we're waiting to get some information from these individuals, attorneys, that have a little more clout and expertise in this area. And we certainly want to have the city involved in that process so that as we move forward, all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and that way you as the city and we as Wyoming Recycling and Recovery are aware of our roles and responsibilities in this agreement. I think one of the things that probably should be mentioned here, the city and every large project that you already have agreements in a public-private partnership, simply because you as this city municipality are not experts in a lot of the areas, so you have those individuals and those companies do that work for you. And it would be no different with what we're attempting to do here. And that was one of the things, Linda, that I wanted to express to you specifically, is that those agreements that you draw up would be no different than what we're looking at, simply because it is a service that's being provided. And, you know, again, we want to be clear that we want everybody to understand what the roles and responsibilities are to minimize any legalities or legal problems that might crop up. So we are definitely wanting those groups and organizations that are going to be involved with this to kind of steer us down the path so that we all know where we stand and to avoid any of those risks as we go forward. The second question that was asked, and I believe this was by Dabari, there was a concern about the lease on the particular property. I know because your concern, Dabari, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, was about having the location of the facility run on the landfill site. If you look at the plat that we provided to you, and I believe Rose has had these conversations with Sean, and I think she might have also had these with the mayor. Where that would be located would not really be in direct proximity to the current transfer station and landfill. It would be more along the northwest side of where the current transfer station is, and probably a little bit north. So it would really essentially be away from the current location of the landfill per se. So it really wouldn't be on that site, Dabari. It would be a little bit offset from that, and actually in between. Yeah, in between the.
On the side of the gun
Exactly, exactly, a little bit to the north of that. So that's an area that would be obviously away from the current landfill transfer station. You know, and I think it's imperative to know that we're trying to, you know, when we're thinking about a facility, that we want to put it in a place that, as you have recommended, Dabari, that one that makes sense, and then it also does not confuse people to the existing landfill and what the waste energy plant, zero waste energy plant would encompass. You know, and I think that is something that makes a lot of sense, you know, and as we have looked at the plat and looked at locations and looked at sites, we took that into account, Dabari, as you know, that concern for you, and we wanted to make sure that we were putting the facility in a location that would make sense for everybody. And that way, really, all we're going to be utilizing is the egress and ingress on the current and existing road location as it goes in, because the facility would be offset from the current landfill. You know, and I know also there was a question about the lease between public and private, and also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the city currently owns property and leases it to an existing business, and that would be Come and Go on the 287 bypass.
That isn't BLM property.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Property you're talking about isn't BLM?
Oh, where the plat is?
Yeah.
No, that is actually owned by the city.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
always thought it was BLM.
We looked very closely for that very,
I was gonna ask the
Yeah.
question, my question was gonna be, is that something that would have to renegotiate with the BLM because we have the gun range?
yeah, no, this is actually owned by the city, and that's why I said it would be not actually associated with the landfill site. It would be offset from that, but it would still be city-owned property.
Okay,
Okay. And those are really the two big questions that I wanted to make sure that we addressed, because I know that those were the first two. I believe the mayor has asked a few questions to Rose, and I will convey to you, and I apologize for this, we are still waiting for the cost information from the manufacturer, obviously because we've been giving them some obviously more details of size and what we're looking at as a facility. I will tell you what we have communicated to them. The facility would be a 55,000 square foot facility. It would need approximately 3 acres, possibly 3.5. So we're not looking at a huge monstrosity in terms of a building, but 55,000 square feet is pretty large. And inside that building would be multiple sorters for plastics, glass, some of those other materials, and then of course the digesters where your organic solid waste would be put into. So it's a good sized building, 55,000 square feet, but it also houses a lot of manufacturing equipment, computer equipment, and there will actually be actual equipment in there, like front end loaders. You would able to get tractor trailers in there to dump waste in it as they move it around. So it's a good sized facility, but again, it's like I said, 3 acres, 3.5 max is what we anticipate. And once we get those numbers, then we can actually answer some of your questions, Terry, about costs and doing some little more cost analysis. And, that way you have an idea of what we're looking at in terms of monetary value here. And then we can talk about how this is all dispersed accordingly. So it'll give us a little more wiggle room, if you will, to address those issues. So, but that's all I have, and I know you probably have some questions, and by all means, feel free to fire away.
Councilman Smith?
Yes, thank you. Let me just kind of tell you that I'm familiar with the city of Bossier, Louisiana, and I focused on the agreement pretty extensively because that's where my interest lies, is the relationship between public and private entities. And in the agreement, it basically says it's not a lease but a concession. So that is a new word. But what they did there was take over water treatment and Red River treatment areas and took it over for the whole city and managed it. And this is what this agreement says it does. So I'm not sure if you are looking at just the landfill or are you wanting sewer water?
Oh, no,
None of that? So that's
yeah.
not,
Oh, no.
okay.
You make a very valid point, and that's why I said we have actually reached out to a legal firm that does their expertise is in public-private partnerships. Really, we're not looking to manage the landfill side.
You don't want our other plant? Oh, that's
No.
good.
That is, I think maybe that might be where there might have been some confusion. No, this would be a completely standalone facility. Yes, the solid waste that would be going to the landfill, obviously, whether it's private enterprise or
Doesn't matter.
local citizens that are bringing stuff, yeah, that would be moved from the landfill to the facility to go through the process and all that. But our intent was never to manage or run the city's landfill. That's your operation, and we certainly want to keep it that way, so that your staff continues to do what it does. And I think if we look at this plant and realistically, what we're looking at is all the solid wastes and organic and recyclables. You have a very large amount of construction and demolition that we really don't want any part of. That's
Well,
not
that's not part of what you want.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
not
want
what
the
we're.
organics.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
looking at the organics, household, and anything that's recyclable. Not saying that construction is not, but that is not something that would be processed through that
Right.
plant. So that's why I say this city landfill would still have a lot of
So we would still need to continue our contracts with Casper,
exactly,
and
exactly.
you just want our organics, okay.
Pretty much.
Now, in this contract too, the city of Bossier also, when they turned this over for management on the concession terminology, they gave over $1 million to the entity, the engineering firm out of Baton Rouge. That's another question I'm going to ask you. Then the other question I had too is, are you going to be able to get enough tonnage from what we have out there to do do a compost and also electrical or
Yes.
create electricity?
Yes.
So that's why you have a 55,000 instead of 35.
That is what, with our throughput that we currently, us as well as Wyoming Waste and all the other solid waste that's taken out to that landfill, that would be ideal for starters. We are also now in outlying areas in Hanna, Saratoga, and Ryan Park.
Good.
So all that is also coming. I want to reiterate that agreement or that contract that we provided, that is only a sample. Nothing in there is, it's just an idea of what our contract would.
What it did for me was clarify how you can do
Yeah.
something without just, here's where I'm coming from too. You're apparently wanting to lease land from the city of Rollins, correct?
Correct.
And you're putting out 55,000 square foot building on city leased land. So that, I have some qualms in as much as, and I think like down the future, what happens if this doesn't work out for you folks? What are we going to have to step up and take over if it's on our land? That's another question.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that's.
I don't
Yes.
want you to feel
No, no, and
excited about the
No,
project,
that's
but I want to make sure we're
that's
protected.
perfectly fine. I think in any business venture, you always have that in the back of your mind. But I do believe the fact, and I will let Yvonne speak on this after I'm done, the fact that we have 8 communities that aren't even anywhere near Rollins interested in this, I think lends credence to the fact that they recognize and see that it is a very viable option and a very good idea. And when you're getting into recycling and renewable energy, I will tell you, our solid waste is not going anywhere. In fact, it's probably going to increase as time goes on. If you read some of the information that we provided you, the Wyoming state legislators in 2013 appropriated $21.6 million to shut down 12 current landfills in the state of Wyoming. And I believe there was another 7 or 8 of them that were repurposed. So they've already put in a lot of money to close these facilities down, which means all that solid waste has to go somewhere, and it is going somewhere. And I believe most of ours is going to Casper. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all these other locations around the state, their solid waste has to go somewhere. So while they solved one problem because of our landfill usage was to the max, that means the landfill that currently exists in Casper that has a 200 your lifespan or whatever it is, eventually is going to be overrun because the amount of solid waste that's produced on an annual basis is only going to increase. It's not going to decrease. And studies have shown that. If you look at it from a global perspective, the tonnage that's created on an annual basis is immense. And most locations, if you look at larger cities like New York, they have to put their solid waste on barges and ship it out into the ocean. At some point in time, you have to say, we have to do something different because it's not going away. And I think that's one of the things. Yes, there's always that risk that it could fail, but we're going into this with the entire intent and the idea that we're going to make it succeed one way or another.
And I want you to, and I want you to go statewide, and I want you to be terrifically
Well, we appreciate
successful.
that.
But as a city
Yeah.
council person, having had industrial bonds go sour on the city of Rollins, and we had to bail people out over them, I am a little bit cautious on how we set this stuff up. I support the project. I think it's wonderful. I applaud you for your putting this together. I want our economic developer and our city attorney to become involved if we could. But when it gets down to, just tell me if something goes so wrong that the city of Rollins has to take over your 55,000 square foot building, how are we going to handle it in the future when I'm not here anymore?
Yeah, well, no, and you make a valid point, but I
just wanna know that.
I do think, as we get to that point to draw up that agreement, all that will be clarified in the agreement. And honestly, I don't see that happening, to be honest with you, Linda. And the reason why I say that, like I said, solid waste is not going anywhere. If anything, that facility is going to get bigger. When you consider, let's just say, hypothetically, you agree to this and we get started on this project and it's starting to move forward. And Yvonne continues to do her job and work her magic. And now instead of 8 communities, we have 25 to 30 communities. And those communities don't have landfill and they need that solid waste taken from their communities. And let's say we bring it to our facility. Now we've just created the throughput by 30 times. That's how we're looking at this. We're not looking at this with the intent or the desire to put the city in any way, shape, or form in any difficult situation. Because I think...
I just don't want any future problems.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Also, how much money do you think that the city of Rollins will save by supporting this project?
And that's one of the things, as I said, Terry asked some of those questions, and until we get our numbers from the manufacturer, I can't give you that information.
Okay.
Sean?
Thanks for your comment on that. Just looking at our landfill budget right now, we have budgeted $225,000 for professional services for transporting our municipal waste over to Casper. And then we have $300,000 that we pay to Casper, which is budgeted currently. So it's huge. It's huge, the potential savings that we could have. Getting close to 500,000. Our total budget is 1.5. So that's just an enormous potential savings. And then if we're not having to, well, I think potentially we might be able to save in other ways with equipment possibly as well. But just wanted to share those big figures that this has potential to really help the city out.
And I will tell you, I know Mayor Wycombe has had conversations with Rose about some of these things when it comes down to cost savings. And again, until we get the information from the manufacturer to determine size, like I said, we already know it's going to be a 55,000 square foot facility. But when we figure in the costs and to operate all of that, then we can give you certainly a more concrete idea of how much you can save. One of the things that we noticed last night looking at your budget, And I'm going to say this not in a way to suggest that there's a huge amount of profit to be made, but like I said, we have no intentions of looking at your construction and demolition. And in construction and demolition, there are opportunities that you as the city can have with a lot of the material that's put into that facility. The metal that comes in from demolition on a building, some of the wood byproducts that can be repurposed for other building materials. There's a litany of potential opportunity to make back any revenues that might be lost because you're not using the landfill as a landfill. And that's why I say there are things that we also need to look at from our perspective that would help you when you're making those decisions as you go forward. My job has always been to solve problems in any position I've ever been in. That's what I do. That's what I went to school for. And this is an issue that has been basically brought to our attention. And I can tell you, we will work with Sean, we will work with city staff to help you find those solutions to those problems so that you're not, one, going to be losing money, that you're going to be saving money. You can repurpose a lot of things, just like the natural gas that's created from that plant. If you converted all your diesel equipment to natural gas, you would save yourself an enormous amount of money just in fuel costs. When you look at, you have blades, graders, dump trucks, snow machines, snow removal equipment. Everything that the city currently owns that runs on diesel could be converted into natural gas, and even your gas vehicles could be converted to natural gas, saving you a lot of money because you're not spending any money to buy fuel because it's all coming out of the plant. Those are areas that we will be helping you look at to say, this is where you're going to save money. And that's another thing that we're trying to do with this plant is, I will tell you, we're not in this for huge money-making profit. If we break even with this, we'll consider that a huge success because there's still going to be, like I said, solid waste is not going anywhere. It's not going to dissipate. It's going to increase, in my opinion. If you look at the trends, it's continuing to go up everywhere.
Councilman Martinez has something to say. Yes.
Well, I want to thank you for buying another piece of property. That takes a lot of weight off of me because just the way I think that the municipalities ought to be separate from any company or any industry. And by finding another piece of property that we can probably help you with, that makes me feel a lot better.
Well, we appreciate that.
The other question that I have is what else does the city have to do other than work with you on this piece of property? What else will we be jumping into?
That's really it. I will tell you. Oh, go
The
ahead.
only other thing that we can think of is the road.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
gonna have to be widened and probably made so it's big enough for semis on both directions.
Yeah. Ingress, egress.
And then, yeah, and that's great. And so,
Can you get the microphone a little closer to you?
the other thing I got is that, let me see. Yeah, it was basically that, just how much more involvement the city would have to get into, because I'd hate to leave this community someday when I'm gone, that they're having problems with a contract and things
Right.
like that.
No.
I don't get into those things. I think that as a council member, I'm not a professional at those things. That's why we have staff and hire people to do it, and they explain it to us, and we either agree with it or we don't. But
Yeah. No,
That's
and
where I'm at.
that makes perfect sense. And that was the whole intent too, is when we communicated about the feasibility study, and
Okay.
that grant for that feasibility study is really to look at the current infrastructure in terms just the road itself.
sure.
And what would need to be changed or upgraded for the truck traffic or the amount of trucks that would be going in there with the solid
Okay.
waste, because we anticipate it's going to be immense.
Good,
Honestly.
Councilman Wells.
good.
Yes.
Patrick.
Hello.
To me, it sounds like a win-win for the city, but I did what, and it was probably in your presentation, how would this affect the recycling center?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Okay. That's my only.
I think they still do that. You got to remember that everything that goes to the recycling center is taken to the recycling center by citizens. That will not change. We're taking all of the recyclables out of the current solid waste that's put in the dump trucks or the garbage trucks, or that, that is, you're not going to wade through that, trust me. Recycling, yes.
Yours
Yep.
is clean recycling, ours
Ours
is
is dirty.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a distinct difference other than smell.
Yeah.
It really is. So yeah, your recycling center will continue to thrive as it has been. In fact, it might even increase. And that's what our hope is that as this moves forward, that you as a city council can communicate to our residents that really recycling will help not only them, but you as a city. And if they do that, then everything that goes out to the zero waste treatment is everything that's discarded and thrown in the trash, and they will be more inclined to recycle the way they should, whether it's cardboard or glass products, plastics, etc.
I just have a few things I'd like to say. One is I don't believe that landfills are a sustainable activity. There will be a time when landfills are just not going to work. We're already looking at those kind of situations. The best kind of recycling, of course, is on an individual basis. So you have clean recycling, but a lot of people just won't do that. I always have, and my family always has, but when you go look at what's in that building to be put in that truck to go to Casper, very little of it's not recyclable. And so I'm really excited to think about us being able to become a center for recycling for the entire state and be kind of the first. I'm excited about being one of the first ones to do it. I know that, just gosh, in my lifetime, it went from you burned your trash out back and the neighbors put up with the smell and everybody thought it was gone, failing to realize it's now in the air. And it's just that simple. And so now we've grown to a different point, and I don't know all the ifs, ands, and buts about it, but I've asked a lot of questions, there's just a million questions. And as we go through this process, I'm sure they'll all be answered, but it's going to be cheaper for us, I'm sure, because we'll be able to give you that tonnage at a cheaper rate than we'll have to take it to Casper.
Exactly.
Because they're burying it and you're selling it.
Right.
And so I just feel very positive about it, and zillion questions, but it's because it's completely out of my field of expertise.
And I do want to say, please continue to ask those questions, because it only helps us as we get deeper into this to really understand what we can do with this facility. I'm learning a great deal, obviously. Learned a great deal in the last several weeks about this. But as I said, Rose is really, I hate to tell you, she is the expert on trash. She knows her stuff. And she's always posing questions to me that, when we start looking into some alternative sources and possibilities, and the light goes off in her head, and I know that now we're looking at potential other opportunities. And I think that's the great thing about this is it is Terry, I think you hit the nail on the head. Even in the state of Wyoming, when you think about it, that we've had 12 community landfills, $21.6 million that was appropriated to shut these facilities down. Where does that solid waste go? And it's going to another facility that eventually will have to be shut down because there's no more space. We can solve that problem by taking that solid waste, the organics, and turning it into renewable energy. And then we turn that renewable energy into useful, that's one thing I think I communicated to you the first time, is that captured natural gas can be used also to heat that facility. That means there's no utility costs. Or we could repurpose that back to Rocky Mountain, is it Rocky Mountain Power or the Black Hills Energy? We can actually recycle that back through their system so that it heats homes that people that use natural gas, or just that have gas heaters and all that. So, there's opportunity, and we just have to continue to look at the possibilities that'll help us as a community, and certainly the city of Rawlins and the outlying areas. And that's what our goal is that we want to make Wyoming, Carbon County, certainly a cleaner state than it already is. And I know I'm past my time, so I'm going to go ahead. If there's no other questions.
We have one here. Councilman Weisenberg wants to ask a question.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for you. I know I read it in there, the percentage of actual waste that comes out of the facility is how much?
The percentage of waste,
Yeah.
when
When all the recyclables are through your process, there's a percentage that is actual waste.
yeah,
10%. So,
might even be less than that.
okay, so then from the 8 communities that are interested already, what's the average tonnage that they produce right now from their communities alone?
And that I don't know, Chris, because we haven't had a chance to sit down. All we know is that they are willing to give us letters of support for the project, but we haven't sat down and discussed potential numbers and opportunity. So when we get that information, I'll be glad to share it with the city council. And I'll keep that in the back of my mind, just like these 2 questions that were asked in September. That way you have an idea, but I can tell you those 8 communities, just on what we know, average waste that's produced annually by one person, I would say in those communities, those 8 communities combined are probably equivalent or maybe a little bit larger than Rawlins. So if we are generating over 5,000 tons annually, possibly up to 10, it could be anywhere from 10 to 15, possibly even 20. That's just a guess. And I would say when Yvonne takes her trek westward, we'll probably get an additional 8 to 10 communities that are willing to do this. So, like I said, the possibilities are endless, and the opportunity is going to be there.
I think the reason, there's one reason for that, and everybody's in the same boat.
Yes.
I mean, you're going to pay to get rid of solid waste, and if this plant can offer a better, everybody's going to take the best deal they can get, and why wouldn't they? And I believe that this plant could be the best alternative for pretty much all communities, for that matter.
I will tell you, we know through our own research that some of these communities are paying exorbitant rates to have their trash hauled.
Mhm.
I mean, rates that you would think, holy smokes, this is just unrealistic. We can certainly minimize those costs of those communities. And as the church said, why wouldn't you want to go with somebody that can remove your waste much cheaper and then turn around and use it as renewable energy?
Councilman Smith?
Yes, I'd like to bounce over to the potential of how we can help financially. And I think in past, you knew I was the grant writer here for a long time. And a lot of the things that I saw, like industrial bonds, we also had community development block grants for like the road, that we could apply for that for roads. And I think there's FHA program of some kind that's it's called a capital program of some kind. Will you want us to be able to help you in that regard? And
Oh yeah, we'll take,
those, or
we'll take,
are you
we'll
coming
take all
this
the help
way,
that
or-
we can get, and that's another thing. We have scoured all the different entities from EPA and
Yeah.
HUD and SBA and USDA and looked at the potential grant opportunities. I've reached out to the Wyoming Business Council, a few other entities. You know, we know there's funding available. Sometimes we're thinking, oh, this is going to fit perfect. And then as we read the criteria, there's one little detail in there that prohibits us from actually applying for it. But, you know, having those types of resources is always a benefit when you're looking at funding opportunities. And as we move forward, we'll certainly communicate to the city what we'd like you to participate in.
Thank you.
And now I've taken up, the boss is telling me I've taken up too much time and I'm hot-winded. I'd like to actually have Yvonne speak a little bit. So if you have any other questions, by all means, you can shoot me an email. We'll try to answer those. Again, Chris, I will get you the information that you just asked for. If you can think of anything else, please don't hesitate to reach out and we'll try to address those issues. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Patrick.
You bet.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, as you've heard, during Thanksgiving, the week before Thanksgiving, I took a trip to Morrill, Nebraska. And so what I did was, I've already gone around the county presenting the PowerPoint that you have before you to other municipalities and have talked to the mayors, and everyone is on board. I have not had one negative. So then I'm taking this cruise to, as I make my way to Morrill, I did the I-25 north going onto Highway 26 into Torrington and going into Scottsbluff, well, Lyman, Morrill, Mitchell, Scottsbluff, and Gearing, Nebraska. Almost went to Alliance the day after Christmas or Thanksgiving, but found out their offices were closed. One of the very interesting things is when I was in Guernsey, the city clerk there, she was so excited. I mean, like, she saw just the title and asked me if I had 1 hour to wait for the mayor to come because he was, or I don't know if it was he or she was coming, and they were ready to write a letter of support. And like, right, we will, whatever you need, we want this. And I cannot tell you how happy that they were to even be involved and to have me in their office. I mean, like, because I don't get the information that is what is going on around our state. So that was very eye-opening. So I'm in Fort Laramie right away. I don't even know if he was the town clerk, if he was a councilman, gets on the phone and calls Torrington and says, do you know that? And so I didn't know that he was calling Torrington. I was already going there after we talked. So get to Torrington. This was very interesting. So I'm with Lisa Miller, who I just found out is retiring as Economic Development Director, and Braden Connor is coming on board. So I meet with her, and she has 2 board members that are on the city council and in the city office. And then she wanted me to go to TDS. And TDS is a disposal service that runs from Guernsey all the way into Scottsbluff. And then Lyman, Nebraska, their garbage is being hauled from Lyman and is going to Gearing. My aunt and uncle live on a farm in Morrill, just 5 miles out of town. They have nowhere, they've cut off recyclables. They can't even take it to Scottsbluff because they don't live in Sioux County. So as I'm going through and traveling, in Nebraska, they are like, sign us up. We are ready. We will bring you our garbage. If it's all about money. You save us some money, we'll bring it. So supportive, so happy. TDS, I almost felt like when I left their office that I think they could possibly have a partnership or a good relationship with them, because they are like the soul, like that Midwest or Mid-East section. They run it. They are hauling. It's a big business for them. So I did find out. So Douglas is paying $210 a ton to Larimer County. Mike Scholl from Ayers Associates, I'm sure you're aware of him. He is going to be getting a letter of support from Douglas. They are so on board. Like they are ready. Like if it was tomorrow, it'd already be, they're ready to roll. Lusk is in the same point, or same boat. So after this meeting tonight, I am going back. Actually, I've told everyone. I got a phone call from the mayor from Fort Laramie. Matt, we're going to have an appointment. She wants to see me. And so I will do a follow-up with all those communities that I went back to give them the feedback, and also to share what I've learned, as you have tonight from Pat and Rose, that I will be doing a follow-up with them. It won't stop. I will continue to go. I ran out of time. I made it to LaGrange and did not make it to Alvin, Chugwater, Cheyenne, Laramie. I already know Cheyenne and Laramie. They're already on board. So it isn't like it was like this big thrust that I got to get there, because they've already heard about it. They've heard about it at the state level. Was in Cheyenne for the business, governor's business forum, and 15 of those went out. And our legislators, a couple of them have got them, and boy, they are just happy as all get out. They really want to see this happen. And I feel that this is really going to put us on the map and save us, just as they've said, it's going to save us a lot of money, and we're going to make great friends. So that's all that I have. I will be back to give report again.
How many employees do you anticipate that you need?
I think
Right now, we think about 20.
we got admin. Yeah,
That's good.
right.
What's the tonnage it'll?
I'm from Torrington, and the TDS is owned by the Olson family. Went to school with all of them and their friends and whatnot. They were the largest Goodyear dealer west of the Mississippi. And the old man, Buck was his name, the father of them all, he started his own landfill with one garbage truck. And that's what they've grown to. And it is huge business. Garbage is huge business. And if we can be the number one in the state, we can be that and stay that and really transform it could be a real transition for our town. So I don't know all the details.
Right.
I'm not ready to vote yes or
And
no,
just-
but as far as the theory goes or whatever, totally interested and can't wait to hear more.
So, and back to TDS and why Goshen County. So I started in this position, as you all know, almost a year and a half now. After I did some mentoring with Lisa, and we had already talked about this system. Well, TDS already tried to, and thought about doing a recycle plant, but they have dissolved that idea. And so this is why she has been emailing me all winter, what have you heard? What is going on? they are so interested in this and just, I cannot tell you, the woman almost was jumping for joy, and it's like just to make sure that I get to the city council.
Councilman Smith?
In reading through your materials, I'm just watching this evolve over time from my personal interest. The technology is already proven on the East Coast and West Coast. It is proven in the in mid states. So it's not, we don't have to prove the technology. The technology is already there. You've already got a place where you purchase all of your equipment. So I think, it's so much further down the road. You're not starting from ground zero. You're just merely starting it here. And I just really am excited about it, and I want you to be very successful. And I from my point of view, if we can work through our economic development to help find some funding and do what we can legally as a city, then I think it's to all of our best interests.
Yes.
It's huge.
Yes.
Okay,
Anything else?
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm from Torrington, and that DDS has their own landfill, which is probably full, but one thing I do know about that company is they're all older, because everybody, the owners are older than me. So they're not, they're ready for something else, is what I think. Kid my age lives up in Jackson. All right, so let's go back here to the agenda, and I think there's one other thing on the workshop. And so I will, why don't I find that here? Oh, here we go. All right, so it's going to be a discussion led by Sean Metcalf, so I'll turn the floor over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to visit about this topic and assistant to the city manager. I do want to start off the conversation with I don't want anyone to feel from the council pressure tonight at all. It's just a discussion about some of the needs that we have, and but appreciate being able to have a conversation about it. And I also know that there's concerns about our audit not being here, and I just want to recognize that up front, that I completely understand that. So, but thank you for letting me have the opportunity to talk about it. So does everyone have this sheet in front of you? Just some of the items we put together. I'm just going to try and kind of run through that real quick. And Stephanie, I know we'll have some comments, and then we'll turn it back over to the council. So just some examples of the needs that we have as a city right now. As we've taken on the strategic plan, all of our staff are so super on board with trying to accomplish as much as we can on the strategic plan. Which puts an extra weight on us to be able to. Oops. Sorry about that. That's my alarm to go work. As if I were ever going to actually do that. So one of the things that we have found is that there are some of the strategic plan projects that are just being kind of pushed to the side because there really isn't enough time to be able to accomplish all of the projects that we have. So that is kind of the difficulty that we are encountering right now. Another thing that is kind of can be an issue is our department head. All of our department heads and those on that team do have a heavy responsibility. And so being able to do some of the extra tasks and things that on the strategic plan that we haven't done before it's challenging. It really is, because just running their department can be a challenge in and of itself. Another example is just like for Public Works, our failing infrastructure and those sorts of things, they take 100% priority. And so, which means when they're doing all that, the strategic plan, some of those other things can go down the list of priority, basically. So, and then this is another concern that I do have is there is kind of an industry standard for being able to supervise employees effectively, and that's around 7-ish, and I have about double that, and it's just something that all I can do is be real surface in my ability to help others, and I do wish that I had a little bit more time to get more involved in certain things, or be able to research things a little bit deeper and those sorts of things, but that's just, it's an obstacle. Do you have anything you add in that section?
So one of the things that is the biggest concern that I've seen is throughout the city is I see a lot of the time that employees are putting in, and it's causing a lot of stress and burnout, and their wellness, I think, is really what's being affected, and that is a big concern to me. And I think that this position, if structured correctly, given it would need to be structured correctly, but I can see that as something that would really be able to assist, and be able to see like maybe community relations has a huge project on their plate and they could use the help, and so that individual could go over there in that area and take some of that weight load off, and that would help Lou in that position to be able to go home and see his family, or be able to spend that time that he needs in order to rejuvenate. And that's across the board. Maybe it could be in parks or whatever position it is. And that's kind of what I see this position could, as a benefit that this position could do, is really help our employees to be able to do what they need to get done, do those projects that they need to be done, but also not affect them so much that we lose them or we cause them grief in their family situations. So that was my big thing. So there you go. You're back.
I don't necessarily need to go through all the examples here and read one by one, but I think hopefully the point is made that there are just like endless amount of things that if we had someone that I can say, hey, go and tackle this, go help this person, go there, I could keep this person busy and then some. And Stephanie kind of has already alluded to some of the potential results, but improved wellness in employees, and which increases retention and effectiveness, ability to focus on employees' needs and provide appropriate support, ability to accomplish strategic plan in a more timely fashion, quicker response to citizens and council concerns, improved operational effectiveness, minimizing things that are overlooked, better best practices, or when we can send someone to say, hey, just go check, just like Yvonne just did. She just mentioned, she went to and checked out what other cities have done, and that's just one of those things that person could do. It's like, hey, go really research this thing and bring us back with thoughts. One of the things when we get our economic development director starting next week officially, I do want to be able to spend some time with him when we go and meet with potential businesses coming in here. That's going to take more time. And if I can say, hey, take care of this for me today or whatever, so I can go and do these important meetings where I could potentially, bring businesses here. So that definitely will take quite a bit of time. And then the last one is just the cross training. If I get hit by a bus or whatever, hopefully that doesn't happen. But you know what I mean.
We could just go on vacation or something too.
Yeah.
So,
Doesn't have to be a
but I
bus.
think it does put the city in a better position anytime you can have more cross training like that. Any other comments on that you want to share? Okay. And then funding, I think I've looked at a bunch of different assistant to city managers, and it is right around that 50 to 70 as a starting based on someone's qualifications. And then just a little information, which I think we all saw on here, the attorneys, have been tracking their hours, the number of that they've worked, and the first month was more than normal, which they calculated specifically is about right around 160 hours. And then this last month was 120, and they thought the 120 would be a little bit more in line with what it would normally be, because the first month was a lot of extra time was put into just catching up. In addition to 120, being realistic, that's, when you have someone in person, they're going to be spending more time. So it probably would end up being just like closer to that 40, I would say 40 to 50 hours a week. I guess just last comment, since I've been here, like initially coming here, I put in 70 to 80 hours when I first started for quite a while. Now I average 60 plus every week. So that's just, I think, an important piece of information. So.
And I think that's consistent across the board. I think all of our department heads are putting in an excessive amount of time. And I think this position could help alleviate that. And that's just kind of my thoughts about it. Obviously, it's up to council. I do want to express too my feeling. This one has been a hard one for me because this is my honest opinion. I am very concerned about right now and this time. We don't have the audit back. That's concerning to me. We are kind of in a weird situation right now. We don't know, our census has gone down a little bit. Sinclair's in flux. There's some Sinclair Oil, the refinery company, is in flux right now. There's some big things out there, but at the same time, on the flip side, as I've thought more about this, right now in Rollins and right here, our economy is starting to grow. We have Starbucks coming in. We have potentially our this recovery thing that we just talked about. We have some big things that may draw in a lot of people that may strengthen our economy. And you see, our economy is strong enough that people are investing in it. And it makes me think that maybe right now is the right time to be able to move forward in these projects and move forward in these situations. So I'm really torn, I'll be honest with you. I'm in my position, but I really believe in this one because I really think it can help our people. And that's, obviously my job is people. And so that's why I like this position a lot. But obviously, it's up to you guys, and we'll turn it over to you guys.
Vice Mayor Wells, you had something?
I have a few comments. Obviously, you guys know that I'm supportive of this. In no way, shape, or form do I think somebody should be expected to work over 60 hours a week. I don't think that's good for anybody. And I don't think that's how we should treat our employees. Doesn't matter what position they're in. To me, that's unacceptable, especially when they have families. But also, I did want to point out, we had budgeted this to be an assistant attorney, so we did put the money forward. I also feel like there was one question I had. Have you thought about the org chart yet? Like which employees you'd be supervising versus who this person would be?
If I had this person, potentially I could have them supervise a couple, 2 or 3 people, but the intent is just if I can have someone that I can say, hey, go tackle this for me, go figure this out.
Gotcha.
That would provide a lot of relief.
And then the other question, if anybody watches The Office, why the name assistant to the city manager and not assistant city manager?
There's a pretty big difference. An assistant to is someone that, maybe they're just getting out of a master's program, they're just getting into they're going to be your younger professional probably. The assistant city manager would be someone where they're going to take half of your departments and they're going to oversee everything. And so I don't think that that's what we need so much as just, I think what we need is an assistant too.
I think that's my only comments.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, Sean, what takes up most of your time right now?
So, and I could look at any department head, you'll see that it's and a lot of you probably experienced this too when you drop by, but it's a revolving door, because I have 13 direct reports. And so there's constantly someone in my office, like almost all day long. And so a lot of what happens is, like, at the end of the day, you go to home at 6 or 7 or whatever, gets to bed, and then I'll get on and check my email. But like right now, I have like 4 emails I haven't looked at because I've been talking to people all day long. And I love what I'm doing. It's just so hard to be able to keep up with everything. And then there's just the random things, not even those 13 people. It can be council members coming in, it could be other employees that come in, it could be residents that come in. It's like this crazy recession revolving door.
So these reports are daily and not weekly?
I have an open door policy. When I started, I actually set up like an hour at a time where people could come in, and I would see them like every other week. But I found it to be really restricted and not the best use of time. I found it better to just, when someone needs something, it's pertinent, they can come by, and I'll do the same. If I need something, I'll go there. It's worked the most effective way. It's worked well.
Okay. The other thing is you mentioned about how that would help the other department heads out. Explain that more to me, because when I look at adding a position to be an assistant to you, that don't supply an assistant to the chief of police or the fire chief or Lou at community development or Cody at public works. I mean, explain how that is going to take something off of their plate.
So I can actually answer that one. Just our vision that we have for it is that if we have like a project, and I'll take HR for example, if I am working on the policy manual, I have to do my normal job and the things that I need to do, and the policy manual is a step up, is in addition to that. And so to be able to have someone who can go in and say, okay, I'll do the background research on the things that are involved in the policy manual, and we can work on it together to get those things put together. But I don't have to spend that time. I can do my job while they're doing the research to get that done. And then we can meet, we can get it done. And that's the same thing like in like parks. We can have this individual can go out and spend the time, maybe just the tree project, we'll just say that one. Whether or not that is the one that's assigned to them or not, I don't know. But they could be assigned to say, go out and spend the time with the individual who is inventorying the trees and talk with them and go through all the stuff that they need to do with that project. That relieves Jason from spending that immense amount of time on that project. But Jason would be involved in it. Does that make sense? And so that would relieve those department heads from those things. And Sean would be the one who would assign that and say, so-and-so to the assistant or whatever, please go out and help Jason. Jason needs help today because he's got these things going on, but needs to get this project done. Can you go and assist? Can you do the research for it? Can you do this?
It does to a point. I kind of understand what you're saying there. I just don't. I want to be point clear to everybody also that I don't support a position as such right now at this point in time. The audit's not here, hasn't been done. That's a scary thought, and I've said that over multiple positions being added, and that's the reason right now for sure.
I don't know if the math adds up. Like there's 10 department heads or whatever that are. We're going to hire one person to take away 20 hours of each of them. I mean, it just doesn't mathematically add up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you have 10 people working 20 hours extra, hiring one person's not going to be able to do 200 hours worth of work. So that's what I'm sitting here wondering about.
There are so many instances when people get into a bind or all have to step in. For example, we get a council item that we need to add on the agenda or something, and it's right before council meeting. Well, someone's going to have to put that on. There are just so many of these random examples where having that extra help can make it so it's not this really the burden that, you know, makes us work so many extra hours. It's, yeah.
Well, I can tell you, I'll have to think about that one. I can't, I couldn't make a decision either way. But I am in agreement with Councilman Weisenberg, and we're very close to being out of compliance for 2 solid years with the state and the feds with all of that. Until we're on solid ground, I absolutely can't support really anything extra at the moment. Councilman Durst.
So I'd just like to say I'm in full support of this 100%, and I would encourage us to push this through as fast as possible. We're not adding anything, we're not changing anything. This is a position that we had already budgeted for, the money was already allocated, and that we have already put this aside. All we're doing is saying, instead of to assistant city manager, we're simply going to, or assistant city attorney, we're going to have assistant city manager. So we're not changing or adding anything to the budget. We're simply reallocating funds from one job position to another. So understand that we've already allocated that, we're not changing anything. The other thing is I'd like you to hear that we have people that are working 60+ hours a week. And while that's okay for a short period of time, if that is what the normal standard ongoing forever looks like, I promise you people are going to quit, period, end of story. That's just more than it's worth. Why would anyone put 70 or 80 hours a week without any sign of anything ever changing? All I'm saying is that this is a realistic thing, that we have people being overworked, and we're just simply moving it from something that was already allocated. We already agreed to spend this money. We already agreed that without an audit it was going to go through. All we're doing is moving it to a different location that will help the entire city. And all of the management staff do a better job and have a little bit less animosity. Because I'm telling you, you can only work 60+ hours a week for so long. Period, end of story, and your family will sacrifice.
I want to point out something, that once we hire an attorney, we very well might need an assistant attorney.
I agree.
And so therefore, us deciding not to hire an assistant attorney right now until we get the first city attorney hired, I don't want to spend that money on the assistant attorney on something else. That money might still need to be spent, but it will be spent after we hire the first attorney. So to say we've already allocated it, so it's as good as spent, it's not.
I mean, I disagree, but okay. I mean, we've allocated it for a job position. Already said, we will hire a position for this amount of money.
And then we rescinded that or put that on pause.
Correct, and I'm just saying, all I would like for us to do is reallocate that to a position that will currently help right now, immediately, instead of allocating it for a position that may or may not help some 6 or 12 months down the road. When we get an attorney, they've had enough time to figure out what they want, and then we decide if we want. Now we're a year down the road, and you've got how many people that have quit? I'm just other things to think about. I
understand what you're saying.
I'm perfectly willing to support this position because we are burning people out.
I might be, but not at this time. That's where I'm at. Councilman Garner.
Yeah, I have a question for Sean. With the assistant attorney, if we keep that position and let's say we hired an attorney and then we hired an assistant attorney, how much is that going to alleviate for the staff? Is that going to be beneficial to anybody more than just us or the attorney? Or is that all that position is really going to support and help alleviate workload?
Correct, that would just be for the attorney.
Okay, and that would be for us. I don't think we need any alleviation in what we're doing. So the same would support getting rid of this position and putting this in place, because we have amazing people here that deserve to be home with their families. And to put it off just because we may need this position, if we may need this position, it's okay. We can wait to put this back on in position. But I don't think we can wait on this anymore.
If I knew how much where our finances were, and I felt solid about that, like we're not going to end up in some sort of a jam or whatever. This can be criminal, if we mishandle our finances badly enough, with knowing where we're at in all of that, I don't want to scare anybody or overemphasize it, but you know, we're not in a good position that way. And until I feel solid about the finances, and you know, we're days away from being out of compliance by 2 years. And when, you know, it's kind of like saying, well, our checkbook still has checks in it. Well, that doesn't mean nothing. I want to know what's in, you know, where's everything at, and we don't know. And so that's why I'm a dead set no, but that's just me.
We've already approved this money. It's already budgeted. We've already taken this into account.
We could have hired somebody tomorrow for this amount of money, and you would have all approved that because we've already approved this money.
Other than the fact that at one other meeting, we decided not to.
Right, but that was because we didn't have a city attorney to hire that position. That was the only reason that was rescinded.
Well,
Had that not changed, we could be hiring this position right now.
until that's done, you're not going to change my mind.
So then I would still ask that it be put on the agenda for a formal vote.
Well, we can do that. I've never denied anything going on the agenda yet, and I won't start with that, but I think I know how it's going to turn out. Councilman Smith?
I just want to talk just a few seconds here. And I'm falling back upon the years that I spent, 13 years or so, with community development in the city of Rawlins. And when I look at what the assistant city manager would be doing, seems to me like that should fall in the community development range, and i.e. a planner, and I've talked about this before. So I'm a little out of whack because I think that community development should be we've already instituted a department, but we've mixed it up with the utilities divisions and things like that. Community development used to be housing programs, grants, planning, going out and helping plan the subdivisions, but they also did all the research. They did all of the, well, we even went so far as to look at pay plans, and we did get expert help from Mountain States and stuff like that. We hired a lot of outside expertise, but we didn't have so that bottom line was not an ongoing position. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm thinking, but I too share. I am overly concerned maybe about the audits, but I just cannot, in good conscience, I don't know how much money we have in, I don't know how much money's gone out, I don't know what our reserves are. I've also been told that we have to loan millions of dollars to the enterprise funds. We don't know that for sure because Ralph's numbers were raw numbers, and I don't feel that we're going to have to loan as much. But when you start looking at how much we have sitting out here, plus we have the Rawlins Springs and our distribution line that we have to do. So we've got big bucks going out there. So I'm really concerned. I'm feeling like I don't have, as a council person, the handle on where the finances are. And it's not Jody's fault. She came into this situation. It's an auditor's issue. And I feel like we have to get that under control. And then I have no problems talking about this, putting it in the next budget, and looking at what we can do. But right now, I just don't feel comfortable doing anything because we just don't know where we're at with our money.
We're getting close, so in order to take a break, we'll have to take one now or never. Is there anything else anybody would like to say? Councilman Garner?
I'd just like to say, just ask you a question. Do you think part of the issues we're seeing with the pipeline is from the lack of running too thin in the city from previous administration? Do you think that if you had a little bit more help, across the board in administration or in those roles, do you think we would be saving a ton of money on that pipeline right now because somebody would have had time to go out there and check it and it wouldn't have been mismanaged in a way that where we're in the position we're in, where we're going to be spending millions to repair it? Could this position prevent things like that is, I guess, my question.
Specific to that question, I would say mismanagement is the biggest part of that, and probably probably could have used, a couple extra people that were just checking their lines constantly, and specifically to that.
Okay.
But yeah, I do believe that having another person could help the council and us and whole city in a lot of different ways to help us move at a good pace that we want to move.
Thank you.
I just thank you for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be in recess till for a few minutes and quickly as we can come back.
Might start late. That's what I forgot.
Well, I didn't try one of those. Who I've been on. She said it had like,
Oh, it's weird. Oh, whatever it is, it's pretty good.
I'll have to try it next.
Good, how are you?
What's that?
Doing good.
Staying busy.
I just wanted
Either way. Yeah, I'm fine over here. One of the things that I thought about is the contract that was on gas with the gas people. I don't know if anybody's looked at that, or if there's any mandatory requirements for.
Well, you what?
Okay.
I will say, I haven't looked at the close all the.
Right.
I think it's something that we could get out.
Yeah.
We have a large.
Yeah, because I represented some municipalities that have been through that contract. And
We put more people to work inside City Hall than any other
trying to control
administration.
and set it.
I would like to see how they're gonna do.
Make it difficult once
He
you get
picked all those people.
to renegotiate, so.
Get a hold of him, I said, sure. I'm playing the wait and see, I would like to see more spread out, some of these people, make them more responsible. Come out to you and report to your circuit, and they go to certain meetings, report to you what they're doing. And you can do that from inside your office. We had the best city attorney in the state of Wyoming. He put together all the zoning, all
Well, I guess,
Oh, shoot.
I'm good whenever we're.
What is this budget transfer?
Budget transfer is when you transfer money between departments.
Is that from what we had agreed to?
Where are you at?
Right here. I meant to ask that earlier, but
Oh, transfer money around. Just- Yeah.
It was.
Sometimes it's a couple.
Yeah, there we go.
I think they're trying to fix the audio real quick, because it was cutting out during the meeting. I got a text from them, so it always cuts out. Oh, okay. Sure. Microphones work.
Tori's at work.
I'm ready.
He cuts out like a mad. Seriously.
Yeah, his, your
it's
phone.
because he
is not
sits
there.
back here most of the time.
All right.
Even when he does it.
Are we ready? All right, I will call this meeting to order. It is 7:37. And first thing on the agenda, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call.
Mayor Terry Wyckoff,
Present?
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Aaron Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Devari Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
All righty, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda, and you might notice that I moved the agenda up because we approved it halfway through the meetings. Made more sense to approve it before we got through half of it. So anyway, Vice Mayor Wells,
I move to approve the December 7th, 2021 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the December 7th, 2021 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Councilman Martinez,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of November 16, 2021, as presented or amended.
there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the City Council regular minute meetings of November 16, 2021 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is I will open up a public hearing to take comments on the amendment to the year 21-22 municipal budget to appropriate funds to Volunteers of America for the operation of the Carbon County Youth Crisis Center. Is there anybody here that would like to speak on that issue? Hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Next thing on our agenda is citizens' participation. This is a time when anybody that wants to come up and talk about something that is not on the agenda, you'll be given 5 minutes to speak to us, and we'll kind of go from there. I want to caution you before you do this, that when you get up and speak to us during this particular time, there's a lot of times we do not engage whoever's talking. And I want to explain why. And it's because there's a lot of times we have citizens that sit around and think about things for hours and days, and they've got all of it worked out in their head and they know all the details, and then they bring it up at a city council meeting. I want you to know that we're not up here sleeping. we're listening, and we'll probably get back with you if we need more information or want to visit with you. But the reason we don't engage with you is because we want to do our research first. So don't be offended if we do not respond to what you're bringing to us. That's the explanation. So is there anybody here that would like to talk to the council? Please come up front. Tell us who you are, and you got 5 minutes.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, appreciate the time coming up here, allow me to speak, and it shouldn't be more than a few minutes. I have a concern, or I'd like a question. I don't know, you probably can't answer it right now, but I had a kind of a disturbing thing that happened when I went out to the landfill, and I was here during the work session for the landfill, tried to get that question answered, but didn't get it, and I appreciate this 5 minutes. We spent a lot of money out there. I know we started up at $7 million, ended up sometime a little over $14 million, and that's just the cost of trash. And when I was out there, I felt that I had to do something that was uncomfortable, so I had to make sure it was actually done. And I have sent a email to each one of you about that situation. Haven't got an answer, so I thought I'd bring it here. But the other question was, I guess this would be for the city manager or the council. I noticed that there was automobiles being taken in out there, motor homes, mobile homes, and things like this that I would normally see at a junkyard or salvage yard or something like this. And I was curious about that. And I guess the city's going to have a new building put up out there and possibly a type of a transfer station or something like this. And it's going through the DEQ approval process. Do you have any idea when that process is going to be approved, and is it available for public viewing as to how that building is going to be built and how it's going to function and work?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Rick, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, then maybe my understanding of what was going on is not completely clear, so I'll have to go back and talk to the individuals at DEQ to find out that I know exactly what's going on. Because it troubles me that, you know, if we're going to get in the junkyard business, are we going to maybe sell products, you know, like, you know, pick apart as Cheyenne does? I don't know if they're still or not. Are we going to do something like that? Or if we do something like this, is it going to be, because the reason I'm asking that, it's kind of being in competition with public and private businesses. And that's all I think I wanted to find out. But I'll go back and find out. I thought I had got a clear understanding that the landfill was going to have a reconstruction, and this temporary permit was allowing the city to take automobiles in because the trash, I shouldn't say call it trash, but the metal is being kept, sold, or negotiated for somebody else in the private community, in the private business section. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what it is. It just kind of troubled me that I was seeing vehicles out there, and who was going to ensure that the oil, the batteries, the engines, and all that are taken out of it, you know? And I didn't want to do anything until, you know, I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable about it. You know, we spent all that money on landfills, and now I see, you know, questionable action and activity going out there. And I'm sure I'll probably be banned from going out there, but, you know, I was told I have a discerning eye or something like that. I forget what it was called, but thank you very much.
You keep telling me about it. I told you in one of the emails that you have a critical eye.
Critical eye, that's what it was.
That's some things other people didn't spot. You've mentioned it in, I don't know, 20 or 30 emails.
Well, I can go back and count. I'm sure it was
wasn't
that big.
degrading you. It was a compliment. But anyway, Sean, as far as the vehicles out there, doesn't the city just sell the scrap metal to the highest bidder, and there's a new contractor now and then?
I can't say I know much about the vehicle question, but I'm thinking that maybe he's thinking, you know, at some point we'll need to replace our building out there that's, you know, not looking so great, but that's all that I can think of. Maybe if you have some more information, look at your question.
I'm sure willing to do and find out. That's for darn sure. Because like I said, seeing all that out there, I feel, you know, kind of bad for anybody that, you know, we got to go all the way out to Cheyenne or Denver or whatever and buy our part. I wouldn't mind going to, you know, to the landfill out here and getting me a starter or a transmission or even a engine that's rebuildable. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Make sure to tell us who you are.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm going to wear a couple hats. I thought I was actually going to have one of my board members, and unfortunately, they were not able to come, so that was the whole citizen. Sorry. I have packets for you guys to take home.
Thank you.
And one for Kelly. Okay, Honorable Mayor and Council, real quick, I know we have 5 minutes. I might flip hats in this packet, but I just wanted to give you guys an update and do an invitation. Blue Plaid Friday and Small Business Saturday, which was just this past weekend. Wanted to give you guys a quick update that we had increase in sales, increase in traffic, a combination of in the downtown and outside the downtown. A good example is Mary said she had crazy amount of people in on Friday and Saturday, not as many sales, and then everybody decided to show up on Monday and buy everything. So even though she had increased traffic, she didn't have the sales on Friday and Saturday, but had increased sales. Other downtown merchants said they saw increased traffic. So as a whole, it was a really good Black Friday, Blue Plaid Friday, and Small Business Saturday. So just want to say, good way to start the holidays. The next thing you have in your packet is Shop Downtown Win Big. It's a program that we've been doing for a couple years, and you have the rules and everything. The first week we had over $16,000 in receipts. We're looking at a new way. It sounds like we had more people sign and play in the program and not turn in the receipts. So we're looking into maybe next year going into technology, as Myra loves so much, and actually text the receipts in so people don't have to go. Sheridan, Cheyenne, and Rock Springs tried that this year and was super successful. The next thing you have in your packet is Winterfest. Special invite that we would love to have everybody come down. I have a big stack to leave for the public. We have tons of events and things starting on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have some new events. Light Up the Downtown is kind of a fun event that's happening. We have movies and more, just full schedule. But also, I would like it, if possible, as a sponsor, City of Rollins is on 4 p.m. on Friday. We are going to open the rink up behind Three Fiddlers. Super excited. We had the basketball boys there this past Saturday helping lay the rink, and they thought it was the coolest thing ever. So that was like a win-win because they're like, this is where we're going to spend all our nights during Christmas break. So lots of stuff going on. The next thing is we are having our own wild card, per se, and that's my tagline. Be seen in the green. So these are a new product that we got from a grant from the Wyoming Business Council, reusable, washable.
Oh, thank you.
And the businesses for Winterfest will be giving these out. And then
Thank you.
we are slowly, we didn't know if these were going to come in time. So we are still going around to the merchants, but as you see on your, it's be seen with the green. These businesses so far are participating. All businesses will be giving them out, and then you'll go to our website and you'll find out, like Shoguns, we already know, is doing a free soda every time you purchase a meal. So it's kind of like the wild card. And so through the whole year, we'll just have different stores will decide what promotion. You'll have to go to the website. That's pushing people to our website, which is a good thing. So save your cup for the future, because there'll be specials from downtown merchants, and they can just decide what they want to do. Okay, that's my big weekend thing. The last thing I really wanted to talk about is this piece of paper, and now I'm going to take off my DD Main Street hat, and I'm going to put on my Wyoming Business Council Board of Director hat for the state. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with the Drive Thrive that the governor has put together with our ARPA funding. The state of Wyoming is going to get almost $2 billion. $2 billion. And so what we really need is comments. So I've given you guys a breakdown. It's a lot of website. This is the website on the top, but there are 10 goals that Wyoming Survive, Drive, and Thrive. And under every goal, there's probably anywhere from 5 to 20 projects that need feedback. We're talking housing projects for communities. We're talking infrastructure projects. We're talking about economic development. So we're really pushing from the Business Council that everybody is going to everybody, the community, and looking at these initiatives and these goals and giving feedback to the governor. I did put at the very bottom of this sheet is comments on all these proposals. I think I counted, there's almost 50 different proposals to do with $2 billion that the state is getting. The funding will be obligated by 2022, 2024, and we have to spend the money by 2026. So we're talking 5 years to spend $2 billion. So it's super important if you guys go to that site, drivethrivewyo.gov, put some comments, and it's also super important for us as a community to go through, because in 5 years, we let alone have to write all these proposals to get some of this money, but then we actually have to do them. So I think it's a good time with strategic planning coming in January to look at these funding options and see where we would want to put our time and allocate it. So I was wearing my Business Council hat, but I mean, this is super important, the downtown stuff, the community stuff, but this is bread and butter for us in the future. So I just wanted to share this. Any questions? Enjoy your cups to be seen with the green.
Thank you. Thank
And
you,
then
Pam.
there's a really good PowerPoint that they showed. This all just was released on Friday the 3rd, the whole Governor's Drive Thrive. And so on this website, you can watch the PowerPoint. I don't know why, well, because we're printing everything in green right now, but it printed, so this is the PowerPoint to give you an overview. I kind of took this whole PowerPoint, put it on this for you guys. Interesting website, a lot of cool programs that the city of Rollins will be able to use.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Pam. All right, is there anybody else?
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Robson Brennan, and I'm coming to you tonight about some planning and zoning questions I have. I was wondering if you'd like to go over some of this, or if you want to.
You have 5 minutes, so please do.
Okay, I got some stuff to show you. It's on a lot down by my shop. It's a 34-foot lot, and setbacks don't look like they're going to work. And planning and zoning on the table, it's a 60-foot minimum wide lot, as a trailer. And this is only a 34-foot lot, 132 foot deep. That's how it's going to be. I don't see how you're going to build a deck on it. You're going to be over, even if you were to set it here. Your structure is going to be over your 8-foot boundary on the sides. I don't know how you're going to egress or anything. So that's what I want to know. What we're going to do. They've set the trailer already. I've talked about it since June about this.
I have talked to you several times. I just want you to know I did approach the city manager with this 3 or 4 times, and I would like you to visit with him about it.
I have visited with him October 19th, told him about my concern, and he has yet to get back to me.
I guarantee you he will tomorrow.
Okay.
Can I count on that, Sean?
Yeah, I've been in contact with Lou. I've been in contact with our attorney. We are aware of what's going on.
Can you tell me what to tell him?
Sure. I actually talked to Mr. Zimbrani on a number of occasions for the past couple of weeks. We discussed this is a non-conforming lot size. The current requirements under the municipal code require 6,000 square feet. This predates the adoption of the municipal code. It was used as a mobile home residential prior to the code being adopted. So we walked through the ordinance in regards to that being a grandfather or a non-conforming use of the property of that lot size that's permitted. Rob then told me that his concern was the setbacks. I have talked to Lou Lascano about that, and so Lou actually I was on the phone with Lou today. When the mobile home went onto the lot, it was my understanding that the setbacks were going to be met. I've had that discussion with Rob. Supposedly it's the front heave that's 1 foot over the setback. And then if a deck is added to one side or the other,
you're over.
Supposedly you can not meet the setbacks. So I conveyed all that to Lou. I don't know what he's done since then.
Okay, on the non-conforming, I know you read that first line to me, but you're looking at buildings and structures, and when you redo or you add or whatever, you can't extend the floor plan. So that old trailer was probably a 12 by 60. There's a 16 by 80 on it now. That's 520 square foot bigger than what was there under your article here. So how is that
I don't
possible?
know if you want me to continue or not.
Well, yes, I would like you to. I'd like to clear this up because it's been brought up so many times, and I drove by there and look, and I'd like somebody to explain to me how this happened. And
So the use of the lot itself as a mobile home being on that lot is not the issue. It was that way. Lou actually went back months ago and pulled up deeds. That property back in the 70s, I believe it was, had a mobile home on it. So it's always been used as a mobile home on that lot. The non-conforming part of it under the municipal code is the size of the lot. It's 44,000, and I need my notes in front of me, but it's 4,488 square feet. Under the municipal code, if you were to create new lots for that specific zoning, you would need those lots to be 6,000 square feet. So the way the municipal code reads is if you had a non-conforming lot size prior to the adoption of the code, you're allowed to continue that use after the code was adopted. So that was my opinion in regards to this specific lot. I don't think it matters whether you put a bigger trailer on that lot or not, as long as you meet the setback requirements, which was my understanding as to how this new mobile home would be placed on the lot. And again, I can't talk to you what the setbacks are because I think Rob and I talked Monday of this week, and I conveyed that information to Lou this morning.
But on section 1952-060, it says you can't extend the floor plan. So on any structure or building.
If the building itself is non-conforming structure.
That's under this same thing.
there's just been so many times in the past that we have had lots that a small building was taken off of and a larger one could not be put there because it couldn't meet the setbacks. And in this case, where you come out the side of the trailer, the first step's a killer. It's like going to be a 4-foot first step. So you would assume they're going to put a landing or stairs or something that is in the setback. So I don't think that's right. Councilman Weisenberg?
I got just a couple questions for legal. Does this have somewhat to do with Title 19 being rescinded too? Because I do know that some of those setbacks got changed to less, you know, during that time when that got rescinded. And I know Lou has presented that and working on that to get that back to planning and zoning for review, you know, to make that to a better thing for the community, you know. So does that have anything to do with that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and then the other thing is, if it's a non-conforming lot, is there not should not be an issue if the gentleman goes to a Board of Adjustments and asks for a variance. There shouldn't be an issue with that because it falls within the non-conforming size of the lot to have a variance issued for building a deck, because that.
I'm not sure if I understand your question. The size of the lot is non-conforming under the current municipal code. So prior to the adoption of the code by the city of Alms, that lot size existed. So when the code was adopted, you couldn't just go in and say, you can't use your property as a mobile home residential anymore. It was permitted to carry forward as a non-conforming lot size. At the time the mobile home was on there, it still met, my understanding is that it met setback requirements, the old
mobile home didn't.
That's not the information that I have.
So what I'm asking though is, since it's a non-conforming size, it should be able to go to a Board of Adjustments for an approval for a variance to build the deck, correct?
There's no reason to grant it, well, to build a deck. If the question is setbacks, yes.
That's what I'm asking. I mean, it's a non-conforming lot size for the size of the lot for square footage. So it's already falls in a category that for an approval on that, a possible approval. I'm not saying it's going to be approved. I'm saying a possible approval. So if the gentleman went and filed an application for the Board of Adjustments with all the proper stuff, he should be able to go in front of the Board of Adjustments and they could grant him a variance and the problem would be solved, correct?
I think there's got to be 5 findings by the Board of Adjustments specific to the variance that's being requested, but the possibility is there. And again, I mean, I think that Lou needs to go down, look at where the corner, there's a marker that down there supposedly that is set in one of the corners to have the property owner determine where the boundaries are and then answer the question about setbacks.
Councilman Smith?
Tom, I was thinking about a deck that is basically not attached, but there for like a platform to go out and the stair steps going down. Is that included in the setback? I mean, do you have to include that in there because it's detached?
I don't know. My understanding, I'd have to look at the ordinance,
Okay.
but I think it is.
And I think the most important thing here probably is the setback for the fire trucks. Yeah, the fire trucks can get in on an 8 or 7 or 8 between houses. It depends on how close the other house is next to this lot. If they have a total of over 8 feet, then maybe there isn't a big issue. And it is a non-conforming lot, and we have those all over town.
Yeah, but we enforce the setbacks.
Yeah, I know that, but
No matter if it's conforming or non-conforming, there's a reason for the setbacks. And this is a problematic thing.
There's no way a truck can get in there.
The situation there that you have brought up about a building, that you can increase the footprint of that building. I don't know if the council recalls Socorro versus City of Rollins, but that case involved that very issue where the building itself was non-conforming, so you could not increase the footprint of the building when the building was tore down and rebuilt. But the Supreme Court affirmed the ability of the property owner to demolish the building and then rebuild the building within the same footprint. That case went up through the district court here and then was decided by the Wyoming Supreme Court in the city's favor.
But this is not the same footprint.
This doesn't involve the structure. This involves the non-conforming size of the lot and the setbacks that are required for that lot. So it's a different issue. One involves a non-conforming building, the other involves a non-conforming lot size.
But all over town, people have had Model A garages. Now, when they go to build a new one, that has to be larger for these newer vehicles. They have to still meet all the setbacks and separation, building separations and et cetera. Or if they are on a non-conforming lot, like Councilman Weisenberg said, then there's that, they can go for a variance, but the variance would be to eliminate the setback in this particular case, which I doubt like heck the Board of Adjustments would do that.
I've seen Board of Adjustment meetings where you have a conforming lot size and the request is to put up a larger garage. There's either a 0 or a 1 foot setback being requested, and I've seen that approved.
Well, I can't guess what they will do, but I understand Mr. Zumbrennan's heartburn over this. I do, wholeheartedly. You know, there's
chance the Board of Adjustments, my opinion, just, I think that's what I would do, is try and go in front of Board of Adjustments and ask for a variance, because, I mean, you're building a deck, and at that point, your main structure is within your setbacks of the, you know, of the legal setbacks, I should say. If you're building a deck on that, I mean, there's possibly a good chance they would do it. They've done it hundreds of times through the city, you know, I mean, it's worth a shot.
But Mr. Zumbrenen doesn't have that opportunity. He's the neighbor.
You're the neighbor and not the lot owner.
I'm the neighbor, and the big deal is, on that chapter, it says the footprint. Structure, building, footprint. You can't be bigger than what was there. So right there, you're gonna set this precedence on what you do right here for everybody else. I've been hearing rumors about people having to move trailers out of other parks and being told it's gotta be a 60 foot, 100 foot deep. You know?
I don't understand how we get ourselves in this
I don't-
situation. It seemed to me that this would have been resolved before they put the mobile home into the lot.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't be talking up here. And I don't know the steps the gentleman had to take to get that done. I guess he didn't. He just bought it and decided that he'd take the old one out and put the new one in.
Yeah,
That's
well,
where I'm at, and
they've had it since 91. Her family bought that lot.
So the
And
only
then
step that we can
however
do is
long.
send them to a variance board and see if they do anything with it.
And then I gotta sign off every neighbor in so many square feet, right?
That's right.
Because I've got another neighbor called me and thought it was mine. They're like, you building a park down here? What are you doing? I was like, no, that's not mine. I've been fighting that since June. Well, I don't like the way it looks. I was like, well, I don't either. You know, it's adopted a 60-foot rule. It says not to get bigger on the footprint on that very same chapter.
That's been enforced several times in the place where I live. There was 2 trailers moved in and moved right back out because they didn't meet setbacks.
Yeah. Well, when I bought my property down there, Olson had 4 trailers on that lot. And he pulled them out, and he came before the city, and he wanted to put 4 more back. And the city said 2. And if you look at it, you got 100 foot between me and this fence with the shop. So if you split 2, 132 back and 100 there, that's 2 sideways. That's all you're getting. So for a 34-foot lot, I don't understand it, of being able to put it there. Because it's the same law on that. And that's where we're at. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Very interesting.
Well, I approached them about 3 times about it.
It's a legal question now. I think it's a legal question.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Okay, October 13th of this year was the 8th anniversary of my relocation to Carbon County. Sinclair being primary residence and Rollins being the big city for shopping and activities. Coming from a mega city, I was anxious to see what small town living had to offer and what I could offer it. I've tried on my own to be a very positive influence in the community and to do what I could to improve the standard of living for myself and my neighbors. Both my husband and I insist on investing in communities where we reside and/or work. It's the right thing to do. But from the very beginning, we were told that if we had to do anything with the city of Rawlins, to beware. We were told that leadership of the city was lacking, that visionary ideas and plans were frowned upon, and that the status quo was preferred above all else. We were told that decisions made by the leadership were not always rational, but sometimes tended toward the personal or myopic bent. We were told that people in certain positions were not really qualified or educated in their job focus. We were told that the lack of forward progress was blamed on lack of industry interest and just plain old apathy towards economic development. Certainly a lot of finger pointing was going on. We didn't believe it. After all, we saw how a failing refinery could turn around to become an award-winning asset that broke out of its tailspin to help itself and the community. Can the city not do the same? The $50,000 spent a few years ago to have an analysis of how to attract businesses here seemed unfruitful. Let us hope that the infusion of newness in our city manager, grants writer, economic development, and educated inspections personnel will stop the tailspin. I'm still at a loss, though, to figure out why the only city on the Continental Divide, a city with easy on and easy off access to one of the busier sections of a cross-country highway, struggles to grow and thrive. I wonder why the restoration of some of the finest architectural treasures in the city are left to languish, and why there isn't more help for private enterprise trying to save your treasures. If we cannot take care of and clean up what is here, how is it expected that an outside business will come? What do we have to offer? What are we selling? Streets of vacated buildings, displays of hard times. The downtown area is the oasis, but you have to travel through a wasteland on either side, either end of the town to just get to it. And what about the businesses that are there? What are the incentives to keep them there? Change is coming. Are you ready? Are the right people in place to facilitate the task of progress? It's been 8 years. I'm still wondering. Change comes with good, consistent leadership, so I encourage you to be the leadership that is needed for forward movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the next thing on our agenda is the update on the Walnut Street project.
Honorable Mayor, Council, my name is Michael Bryan. I'm the utilities foreman, if you don't know. Cody Dill is out sick today, so I'm standing in for him. As far as Walnut, he requested a change order. That change order is not needed. It was completed at budget, so that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
That's awesome. I'm
Very short
thrilled.
and sweet.
Short and sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I want to say thanks for that. That street is very nice. I like the indents for the off-street parking there. It'll help traffic flow and everything. And the residents are happy to have their street back, to be able to access their own driveway. So thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Yeah, I want to just let Cody and all of his team know that the work that he did with regard to getting everybody to recalculate their numbers and things and ending up with a zero need to do a change order is fantastic, and appreciate the job you folks are doing. Thank you.
Well, no.
Yep, all the way around. Good job. Anybody else? All right, thanks, Mike. All right. The next thing on our agenda is the discussion on a multi-jurisdictional dispatch, and I'll turn the floor over to Chief Ward.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members, good evening. Mike Ward from the Police Department. Carbon County has 3 911 dispatch centers. One is run by the City of Rollins Police Department. Another is run by the Carbon County Sheriff's Department, and the third is run by the City of Saratoga. My understanding is that for many years there's been attempts or actual conversations concerning the possibility of creating a single consolidated dispatch center for all of Carbon County. One of the obvious benefits to that would be a leaner and more efficient service to the entire population of Carbon County. This is a complex, highly complex topic. There's a lot of moving parts that are involved. It involves human resources with personnel. It involves large amounts of fiscal input. There's a number of challenges that could be inherent in a conversation on this topic. Recently, Carbon County approached us again and expressed interest in exploring conversations concerning creating a consolidated single dispatch for all of Carbon County. In speaking with at least one of the county commissioners, we had discussed the possibility of a work session. My opinion at the time was that I was premature. The county had not yet spoken to other jurisdictions within the county. We proposed a work group with the frontline professionals that actually do the work, the men and women that are the call takers and dispatchers for the 3 centers. They all know each other. They're all highly dedicated professionals. There is no current work group where they get together and discuss issues, work through problems that the different dispatch centers may be having, talk about ways to help each other out and so forth. So we discussed the possibility of creating such a work group that would include representatives from Saratoga, the county, and the City of Rollins. We discussed the possibility of using that work group as a vehicle to explore and research the topic of a consolidated dispatch center so that we could then go back to our jurisdictions and present facts and data so that the people in your position can make decisions on how to move forward.
Councilman
Oh,
Thurston.
I just gave a thumbs up. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, I can tell you that I've worked on this 3 different times. It was kind of funny. I went back and looked at my emails, and back in 2005, we talked about it. 2008, we talked about it. 2012, we talked about it. Didn't get much traction. Then we had a conversation recently about that with myself, Sean, and one of the county commissioners and the emergency management person. And one of the things I said, man, I'm glad to hear this because of the economy of it, the ability to save money. And they said that it would probably cost more than all of us together. And that really turned me off. So as far as a work group is concerned, there's just so many questions that none of us will get any other way. Right. And so I totally encourage that and would cooperate with that in any way because there's just, like you say, it's very complex and there's just a lot to know. And so I would encourage that. Councilman Martinez?
And I would echo what the mayor just said. One of the things is we attended the County of Governments meeting the other night, and that was a subject that came up. And my suggestion to them is to put this group of people that know what they're talking about together, then put a plan together, and then get on the agenda for the County of Governments meeting where all the communities get together and present something to them and let them know where they're at. And so I just wanted to let you know that was discussed at the COG meeting also.
Councilman or Vice Mayor Wells?
I just want to thank you for being open to the conversation.
Yes. I am open to the conversation. I would propose that the fact that this has been a topic for so many years is pretty good evidence of how complex this issue is. We've started looking into it, and I feel comfortable saying that I'm only aware of the tip of the iceberg. Just off the top, there's a number of issues involved in this. There's a number of myths and misconceptions that I think different people have concerning this. And really, we'd just like to get the facts and then present them to the people who make the decisions.
Councilman Smith?
Chief, when you're visiting with your group that you folks put together, this is just off the wall, but when you look at what a special district will do for a communications center, and I know that what that does, though, it's no longer in the jurisdiction of the county, and it's no longer in the jurisdiction of the two cities involved, or town and city. So that would take away that, but the special district would have to be passed by voters, but it would give a revenue source.
There's actually 4 or 5 different possibilities in terms of a model that could be used.
Okay.
Just within the state of Wyoming, there's one county where the sheriff's department runs it. There's another county where the city police department, the seat of the county, runs it. There are other jurisdictions where there's a joint powers board.
Right.
No single one of these options, in my opinion, so far rises above the others. They all contain advantages and disadvantages. Of course, there's always the option of doing nothing and leaving things the way they are. We don't know. I can't, it's way too soon for me to say. The main purpose of this working group, by the way, was just to get the group formed so that the frontline professionals that take the calls and dispatch them to the first responders could at least sit down and begin working together on all kinds of problems that they may face. Then we're going to try to transition them into a working group to, well, the potential exists for us to then transform that working group into a research body that could come up with facts and ideas.
A lot of other states are going to these, I'm going to call it mutual communication centers, are they not? From what it's a
So
trend.
I think the joint powers board option is what you might be referring to. That solves some problems, but creates other problems. The employees would no longer work for the county or either city. Then there's questions about morale and benefits and pay and equity. There's just so many different angles to this entire topic and all the subtopics below it.
Mayor Rust is the mayor of Green River, and in a land meeting I was part of this last week, he was talking about their situation, and he was not real happy with the way that was going, and I don't know why. I didn't have a chance to talk to him about it, but I do know there's some out there that work really well, and there's some out there that don't work very well. And I don't know if it's just personalities or structure or what, but that's why I encourage this working group to go find out.
I would also caution you, as my elected representatives and people I work for, that I don't think there's an easy or fast answer to such a complex issue.
I agree.
While it's been discussed for a long time, there might be an argument that it's time to do something. I would counter that argument with it would be foolish to rush in without knowing all the facts, all the options, and all of the things that could come out of it.
Absolutely. I agree. Councilman Durst?
I just want to say thank you again. As well, I think this is fantastic. My personal thoughts on why it's kind of been so long is there's never been an honest and fair evaluation of it put forward. There's been a lot of thoughts and opinions and fears, but nobody's ever just done an honest analysis to be able to say, what should we do? So I think this is going to yield benefit.
Agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the city manager's report.
Mayor and Council. Just a couple of quick updates tonight. The community feedback survey is now at 227 that have come in. I think that there's quite a few that are physical forms because we didn't do that last year, but I think Mayor and Myra went and did some physical ones, so we'll have to add that to the total. Myra, we're at the last day, yes. So it's included, so probably maybe we'll be around 250 or something like that. So we've got about, hopefully about 50 last year, which is good. And then we'll work on compiling that information. I know it's super interesting when you start getting in there. And what we did last year was we kind of blacked out names, so it's not personal, because sometimes people want to attack a person. We don't want it to be like that. We want to take the whole thing from it without that. So we'll do our work like we did last time and get that to you as soon as we can. And then we've got our strategic planning session, which is the second Saturday in January. So we'll make sure that you get this information a couple weeks before so you can digest it, because it is a lot of information. And then I'm just looking forward to this week. I think it's this Thursday that I have a meeting with each one of you. I've got the mayor at 8 o'clock, Duvaris at 9, Aaron at 10, Linda at 11, Daryl at 1, Jackie at 2, and Chris at 3 o'clock. So if there's any issues, just let me know.
When that's Thursday? Okay.
Visiting with you, and I'd like to we've been working on the report of concern feature and trying to really keep that thing up, and I'd like to go through it with each one of you and get your input on it so that it becomes something that is really valuable to all of you. And then some discussion on the strategic plan. I'd just like to hear your thoughts and how you think certain things are going, but that's kind of my game plan. Councilman Daryl,
I was just going to say, I was going to comment on time. I'll just email you and then fix that.
And then there is, for the next meeting, we will need to set up an executive session just for a legal issue. And I'll get that on the next meeting. And it's not something that needs to happen, that we need to talk about tonight. I think it could be something that could be introduced.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right, thanks. Next thing on the agenda is the city council report and direction to the city manager. Anybody have anything? Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, Sean, that time won't work for me, for sure. It's kind of the same thing as last time. I don't even know if Thursday will work, to be honest. Maybe we can swap it over to Friday or tomorrow at like 4:30. Will that work? Okay. Yeah, just email or text or whatever. I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
On that note, I got to go home and fix my trailer lights tonight so I can leave at 4 in the morning. If that doesn't happen, I might not be here Thursday, but I will let you know tomorrow. We can set up a time. I'm bound and determined to get that done tomorrow. So, anybody else? All righty. Next thing on our agenda is there's no unfinished business, so we'll go to approval of payroll. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the November 7th, 2021 through November 20th, 2021 payroll register for $235,916.66.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the November 7th, 2021 through November 20th, 2021 payroll register for the amount of $235,916.66. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Councilman Smith.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of November 10th, 2021 to November 30th, 2021 in the amount of, is that $2,279,984.71.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of November 10th, 2021 to November 30th, 2021 in the amount of $2,279,984.71. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
What's the transfers and all that? Is that what's causing that to be the 2 million this time for
I
sure?
think it's streets.
Is that what it
Paying
is?
for
Oh,
streets.
streets and
Okay,
water.
okay. So it's just now hitting. Okay,
That's the majority of it.
And all of the paving.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I meant paving, sorry. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the local government liability pool election of board membership for the year of 2022. Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we appoint Linda Smith to the local government liability pool election board. I know there's asking for 2 people to be appointed, but my motion is for Linda.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion made and seconded to elect Linda Smith for the to the local government liability pool.
There's the other part of the motion too,
Well,
that you did.
but the motion was just for Linda. So, with that, I would ask for any discussion. Councilman Weisenberg?
Maybe, Linda, I know you've done this
Yes.
for a while now. Before there's another nomination, I know how people work hand in hand with certain people, and this is a pretty important thing.
Yes.
Is there someone on there also that you?
Let me just say that Kelly Crockle is a mayor, and he's been on the board. We have had large number, all of our team has retired as of 30th of December. We're going to only have 1 person left over. So then one of our longtime people on the board has resigned. So we need some continuity there with, and so I would recommend that we vote. If you want to add anyone, Kelly would be my preference. And the special district representative, I do not know that person.
Any further discussion?
So,
You do amend it.
Yes.
I apologize, I'm just a little bit confused here. Because this is saying to vote up for up to 2, but we've only put 1 forward, so are we not putting 2 forward? I'm just a little.
The motion was just for the 1, and
My reasoning for that is that a lot of times these people come up to serve on these boards, and I don't know who they are. I don't know how they respond when it comes to problems that the city of Rawlins has. I know Linda served on it for a long, long time, so I thought I would go ahead and make that motion. If somebody wanted to amend it and put somebody else in, I guess we can do that.
Well, so I guess I'm not arguing.
We need 2.
I'm adding, yes, to add a second person, because they're asking for 2 nominees.
Right.
Up to 2.
Yeah,
And 1 special district.
so they actually want 3 names put forward. I'm just trying to make
No,
sure that
just
we're not
2.
walking forward.
They just need, there's 3 people on the ballot for for 2 positions.
Positions.
So the 2 of the 3 that gets the highest votes will be on the board. Then the special district representative is a standalone, and that person probably will get in without any votes anyway, because there's no one else running.
Mayor and council, you could go ahead and approve this motion or vote on this motion, and then make a second motion to address the other vacancies on the board.
That's right.
Okay, I guess that's what I was trying to figure out, is the protocol, so
Thank you.
I think that's
goddamn the weeds.
some rationale to putting one name forward instead of two. It's like giving that person two votes.
That's right.
And it's very important for us, I feel, that Linda gets back on that board. She's been there a long time. She knows what she's doing. And anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. If there's no other discussion, then I would open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. Councilmember Smith abstained.
Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to elect Kelly Creco to the local government liability pool, and Lindsay Woodward as the special district resident. It probably needs reworded, but.
I would second that.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint or vote for Kelly Krakow. I think I said that right. And for the special district representative, Lindsay Woodward. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Hold on 1 second, so I can just make sure this is correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, so online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay, and 1 nay was the mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve an MOU between Carbon County C4 and the City of Rawlins Police Department in reference to the radio communication interface. Do I hear a motion?
I just, we had the special district representative as well, right?
It was voted on at the same time.
She put both of those in
Oh, I
that.
didn't hear the second name, sorry.
Sorry.
I was,
You're good.
yeah, sorry, just want to clear that up.
Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the signing of the MOU between the City of Rawlins Police Department Emergency Communications Center and the Carbon County Office of Emergency Management to provide an interface to the radio communication infrastructure of the RPD Communications Center.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve signing of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Rawlins Police Department Emergency Communications Center and Carbon County Office of Emergency Management to provide an interface to the radio communication infrastructure of the RPD Communications Center. And I will turn the floor over to you, Chief Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to, this is a memorandum of understanding that actually links to the previous topic that I was up here discussing, and I'll explain that link in 1 second. If it's okay, I'd like to go back and clarify a couple of the points I made earlier. Obviously, I'm here speaking to you as the Rawlins City Chief of Police, and I represent that department. I wasn't here to speak for the county or the City of Saratoga, and I wanted to make clear that we are in the beginning phases of discussions with them. And we are proposing the working group that I discussed earlier. We're friends with all the jurisdictions that we work with, and we will always work well with them. The proposal for the working group is still something that is being worked on, but I see nothing bad from coming out of it, and I'm optimistic that it'll move forward. I just wanted to make it clear that that has not been finalized, but it's in the works. And I was here speaking for the Rawlins City Police Department this year.
Sure, thank you.
So this MOU is actually good evidence of the relationship that we have. This is an MOU between the City Police Department and Carbon County's Coordination Center, which is C4 as it's known, falls under the Director of their Emergency Management. Back in 2020, the City of Rollins Police Department used federal grant money related to COVID to purchase 2 portable dispatch centers. These are contained pieces of equipment that have hardware and software that can be used to receive 911 calls and dispatch our first responders from any location that has internet access. Part of the theory involved in our purchase of this was during the COVID crisis, if our call takers and dispatchers were out, either because they were sick or exposed and they had to be quarantined, we would have the opportunity and the ability to deploy these mobile dispatch centers from people's actual homes and continue our service of taking calls, emergency calls, and dispatching the appropriate resources. So they were paid for with federal funds. They've been up and running since December of last year. We haven't actually used them and deployed them, but they are operational and ready to be deployed. Recently, C4 purchased their own exact same system. And the purpose that they are going to use it for is to deploy or have the ability to dispatch for an emergency that occurs anywhere in the county, whether it's a wildfire or any type of an emergency where they want to set up a dispatch system and they can do so from any location. That was their desire, so they bought a twin system to what we have. It's the same system. This MOU between the City Police and Carbon County C4 boils down to 2 main points. We, the City Police, agree to keep our radio system up and running, which we have to anyway. We are allowing them to piggyback on our maintenance contract with Motorola, and they will then reimburse us for the fees that they use to maintain and upkeep their system.
Councilman Smith?
One question, has legal reviewed the MOU?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And they approve?
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah. Kathy McPherson indicated that she reviewed it and the MOU and.
Thanks, Tom.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Well, I look at the MOU and the signatures required. I do see that the chairman of the county commission has to sign off on theirs. Is there something that our mayor should have to sign off on instead of city employees?
I believe it does have a space for the mayor.
I do not see one.
The copy I'm looking at, under City of Rollins, the signature is the Honorable Terry Wickham, and then underneath it is the city clerk.
That's the copy I have also.
The copy I'm seeing just shows Rollins PD Chief of Police, Rollins PD Emergency Communications Center Supervisor, and the City of Rollins Clerk. That's a copy I have right here.
Yeah,
That's what's on board docs.
That's on board docs.
So
So the only change that we had made to this after we received it was to change the review of the MOU from every other year to every year. Somehow I do have both copies that are different. The first one we used that said every other year that I changed to every year does have signatures for the ones I indicated for the mayor and the city clerk. Underneath that it has chief of police, and then it goes into the county commissioners underneath that. The second copy, which I think is the one I gave you to load, is missing the same signatures, and I'm not quite clear.
That's the one I uploaded as soon as you just sent me.
Okay. We should be using the first copy, but it has a change of every other year to every year, but the signature blocks. I don't know how to correct this.
Should we just maybe postpone this until next council meeting possibly, just because we don't have the proper document loaded? I just don't know. I mean, for legal, so we have time to review the actual document.
Well, it was, you guys did review it because I didn't change this to what we're seeing right now is now. I changed it this morning because the chief asked me to change just the wording on the front page from every year. So when he sent me the copy I deleted the copy that you guys had already looked at, because that's the one I had uploaded on Wednesday that had the correct signatures on the page, so you did see it. This was just changed this morning, probably around noontime.
Is this time sensitive? Is the question I'm asking you, Chief Ward?
We'd obviously like to get it signed as soon as possible, but if you want to wait until the 2 weeks from today, 21st, it probably wouldn't be the end of the world.
Councilman Durst?
Well, I mean, your only issue is the fact that it has the chief on it instead of the mayor, right? And they're saying that they have the corrected copy, so if you see that copy, I don't understand what the issue is.
I don't see the actual copy that we're voting on,
They're saying that they
right?
have the hard copy, that they can show you right now.
Yeah, I want to see it.
This is the copy that's.
As long as the
To
language is
me,
all the same, and that's
no,
all
and
the
I
issue is.
understand that, but to me, we're voting on the proper document is what is in board docs. That's what we're voting on. No matter what the written copy is out here, we're voting on a copy that's in board docs, and this is what's uploaded.
And that could be clarified in the motion.
So we had the hard copy that council has is the one with the correct signatures. It has every other year. What we're going to do is cross that off and make it every year, and that's acceptable?
It's up to the council.
Well, you're just gonna, if that's all you're gonna change, what about signatures? You got me confused.
This copy does have all the proper signatures. It has your signature, Mayor, attested to by the city clerk, approved by the chief of police, and then it has the other signatures for the county commissioners.
Councilman Smith?
Mayor, I feel that, I'm glad you brought this up because now I know some other things, but because we're relying on legal and you're representing to us that this is the language and the signatures are appropriate on the document that you have, then I don't see anything wrong with us voting on it and passing it tonight.
Councilman
Just for
Durst?
quick point of clarification, on the copy that is here in the board docs, it does say for consideration of necessary changes every year, beginning no later than June 30. So that is correct. I think, excuse me, the only issue is simply on our version, the signatures are from the chief of police instead of the mayor.
There's no signature from a governing body on the city's part. That's the problem I have.
So I think the language of the MOU is correct.
Yes.
We would just clarify that it's going to have a mayor signature instead of the
Yes.
chief's.
Or either you could just add the mayor's signature with the chief's. That's fine too, I believe, but.
Can I just do a friendly amendment to add that with the addition of the mayor's signature on the MOU?
Second.
Thank you.
We're good. All right, with that, is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Hold on one minute, please.
Now what have I done?
Has it gone
Hit
by
the log out.
Give it 3 minutes.
Is that too long?
Is there a way to change it so it doesn't go off every 5 minutes?
Oh, I hate this computer. Mine at home don't have these problems.
So this thing is.
It just got to be here. I'm plugging in, you can plug yourself in there. All right, I'm fully charged.
Okay, I get it. This, I'm still getting used to the docs. Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, they go off and not allowed.
Okay, thank you very much for bearing with me. The online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is item E. It's a resolution authorizing an amendment to the municipal budget to appropriate funds for Volunteers of America for the operation of Carbon County Youth Crisis Center. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to authorize the amendment to the FY 21-22 municipal budget to appropriate funds to all Volunteers of America for the operation of the Carbon County Crisis Center.
Let's see.
I will second, but I would like a dollar figure added into your motion.
I can do that easy for the amount of $25,000.
I will second.
Let's see. That's a little different than what's written here. So there's been a motion to approve one-time payment to the Volunteers of America for $25,000
That's what I
for
mean.
startup costs. Is there a second?
Oh, there-
did.
he seconded.
Oh, okay. First and second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Smith?
First of all, I used to serve on the kids board when it first originated and served for a few years, long time, yeah, actually. This is a very, very needed center for our kids. I also still have in my mind the budget problem, but I realize that the impact assistance funds can be, they're there, and rather than just taking this out of and transferring it from another line item, I would recommend that we go into and look at the impact assistance fund, choose where you want to take that 25 from, and do that, so that we don't have an impact on the bottom line.
Councilman Weisenberg's next.
I would second what Councilwoman Smith had said there. Due to the reasoning behind the audit issues and for budgeting and stuff like that. And also, I don't have a problem with the remainder. We still have a remainder of money that we had given the center when it was operated by the Cathedral Homes, and then they had returned some also, right? That I don't have a problem with releasing those funds to help out with this, is what this is kind of showing, because it's showing it would only need to be the 15,000, correct, added to that.
So the Cathedral Home has spent $5,000. The budget is $15,000, so there's still $10,000 in the Cathedral Home that hasn't been spent. So this, we could take, 10,000 and then add, say, 15,000 for impact assistance or wherever like it come from.
Total 25, yeah.
The other thing I think, because I had called and talked to the county about this, and I know they're here, and they had read the minutes off, and it was the minutes stated about upon legal review. I just want to make sure that was the case, that it had already been reviewed like that, and it's going to be a legal deal for the Volunteers of America on your side before we try and allocate any kind of funding. Because this caught my eye, and because last I knew they had not voted on that, and it was on their agenda to vote on that today.
I would like our legal counsel to look over, even though it may not be with us, but if we're going to have a monetary interest in it, I still want us to look at the MOU on it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the commissioners did approve today a contract. There are going to be some grammatical changes, some minor changes to the language. I'm happy to share that with either Kathy McPherson or with Tom Thompson if you'd like them to review it. But the commissioners have agreed to both a lease and then also a contract. The contract is to provide funding to Volunteers of America. So that is already in place. I guess the other thing the council may want to know is that there's Volunteers of America is working with the Department of Family Services, because those are licensed beds, and they have a contract that's pretty imperative to get back to the Department of Family Services, so these beds can't be moved to other communities.
Vice Mayor Wells?
I just have a clarification question. I serve on the Juvenile Justice Board for the county. Do I need to accuse myself?
I wouldn't think you don't have pecuniary interest in.
No, okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Councilman Durst?
Sorry, I know they just approved it today. Is there, is this like a long-term contract? I mean, do we know we're set up for at least a year? Is there?
It's about 5.5 years. So the way it's written is it will go through the end of this fiscal year and then 5 additional years. And so the commissioners are in for about $1 million is what they've agreed to, unless we can do some great fundraising to reduce those costs.
I think the date that they stated is something like June 30th or something like that, is it?
June 30th of 2027.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I got all that.
So that's what we have committed to at the moment is the perfect. That's I'm glad to hear that.
And then Volunteers of America has 2 representatives here if you would like them to address City Council. Heath Steele and Susie Arnold are the individuals that have been working with the county to reach this agreement. If you have questions for them.
Councilman Smith,
Yeah, Ashley, then do you believe that the county commissioners, they'll come back to us each year now to ask us for $25,000, or what do you think what are their minds working like?
So I think Volunteers of America is likely to come back to you and ask for funding. It sounds like there is a turnaround time to build relationships, I think that's the best way to describe it, and to build fundraising efforts in a community. And so I think they're anticipating fundraising really might take another year before that gets off. So if fundraising goes really well, maybe not. The other thing that could change is right now we are licensed to have 4 crisis beds and 4 long-term group home beds. And so the state reimburses a certain amount for those. It's just not enough to run the whole center and pay for all of the employees and everything that's needed. So the proposed budget that Volunteers of America has submitted, if I remember correctly, is around $600,000, $650,000, something along those lines. And so between the money from the state and what had been provided by the city and the county, they would be operating at about $136,000 of a loss. And so they've asked the county to split that with them. So that's why the county is going to give about $75,000 more than was originally proposed.
Councilman Weisenberg's first.
I guess maybe this is a question for them or maybe you, but it also is, what's the other communities around Carbon County given to the crisis center at this time? Because I understand Rollins is a county seat and we hold the crisis center here, but it's not that like we're the only residents that have youth individuals going there. There's people coming from other communities throughout the county, and my understanding possibly sometimes even throughout the state to house here. So what's other communities donating into this too?
At this point, they have not donated anything recently. I think that is part of the plan, and is potentially to involve the Juvenile Services Board as well, as to go to each of these communities and say, we all need buy-in, we all need to participate in this and collaborate to make this successful. And so we are going to be seeking funds from those locations as well.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wells.
Are they going to do the diversion program?
Actually, the county commissioners has given the funding to the Carbon County Attorney's Office. And so we are going to supervise it for purposes of, I think, to provide longevity, because it's been in the sheriff's office, Cathedral Home, and now we need a new home. And so the goal is going to be for it to be a little bit standalone, because I think it's important for kids to build a rapport with whoever's supervising them through the diversion program, and I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable coming to the county attorney's office because, we're the hammer dropper. So I think the goal long-term is to be a little bit separate while supervising and letting them run the program, the diversion officer. So that is official, and the diversion officer should start with our office on Monday. Okay. So
I can tell you, I'm very passionate about this program. You probably know that. It took 8 years as a county commissioner to get it built. Part of the reason is because of the way we treat juvenile cases. They're not out in public. No one even knows they take place. We serve the juveniles by not having it be public to protect them. And it kind of worked against getting the thing built to start with, because as we went to other communities and asked for help, we don't have that problem here. Well, they don't have that problem there because it's not visible, but one of the towns was worse than any other town in Carbon County, and they swore they didn't have that problem. So it'll be an uphill struggle to get the other towns to participate, but I think they should, first of all. Second of all, having a business right across the street from this and watching some of those kids come in and the condition they were in and seeing how they reacted. We all talk about what we want to do for the youth. This is what we can do for the youth, and it will save people from being out south. And I appreciate the county being so vigorous at replacing the cathedral homes once they quit. And I appreciate you folks back there for agreeing to run this crisis center. It's so darn important. And so I cheer you on. I really do. And if I can help in any way, convince some of the other communities to help support that when the time comes, please call on me. I would love to help you.
Thank you, Mayor. The other thing that you may want to know is that the State of Wyoming Department of Family Services has also allocated $50,000 for the startup costs as well to assist Volunteers of America with hiring, training, all the things that are going to be necessary. It sounds like it's going to be around 60 days to get the program running, and we needed it when it stopped. So, but we're very thankful for Volunteers of America.
Yeah, me too. Councilman Smith?
I really agree that this is really important, but to just a housekeeping matter, I would, a friendly amendment to take or to use a 10,000 balance from the former crisis center funding. That's pretty assured, and then take the 15,000 from impact assistance, and then just pick a project, I guess. Maybe dog park, a little bit, but less than that one. Take 15 out of that.
So that was a friendly amendment. Who made the motion to start with?
I did.
You accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Okay, hold on one moment.
Tom, you were looking at me. Are we doing this right?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't seen your poker face for a while, so I thought I'd better ask. It's just crazy. We paid for several crisis centers. We didn't have one. These kids are scared. They put them in the backseat of a sheriff car, and they just came from a horrible situation. They're scared. They're shivering. I've seen them. And then they put them in the backseat of a sheriff's car and take them 100 miles from home and introduce them to strangers. And I don't know how they were treated there. Probably very well, but still, after going through what they've gone through to end up in this situation and then have to go 100 miles away from home with a stranger in the back seat, maybe during the worst blizzard in the world, it just breaks my heart to think that they have to go through that. It just tears me up.
Take them out of school.
Huh?
Take them out of their school.
Oh yeah, I changed schools when I was in school, and that's traumatic enough, My parents didn't move. I got thrown out, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, I was going to ask if if the volunteers would like to say anything to us. Are you wanting to avoid it, or no?
I'm hoping not to have to.
Yeah, we just kind of want to know your faces.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Heath Steele. I've served as the Executive Vice President for Volunteers of America Northern Rockies. Been with VOA 20 years, kind of from the build-up here in Wyoming, if you will. We operate community corrections, behavioral health, youth and adolescent services, homeless services, and elderly housing here in Wyoming, Montana, and western South Dakota. You guys have an amazing advocate in Sue Jones and in Ashley. They came to us. They asked a lot of questions. They were very curious. We've had very strong business discussions. As Ashley shared, this has got to be a partnership. And you know, it's a sad state. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your advocacy for the kids. You know, I shared with the county commissioners today that it takes a city, county, and a community partnership to have a program like this. There's no reason that the reason it's failed is because the Wyoming system is heavily underfunded. You know, the state of Wyoming, the contract that was here is really small scale. And then we have a scale issue. We have 8 beds. We have 8 beds at $117 a day, which we were able to get that raised to $117 a day. I'm staying at your Holiday Inn Express tonight, and I'm not paying $117. And I'm not getting case management and a ride to school and a warm place to sit and 3 meals and help with my homework and attending court. We have a lot of work to do in Wyoming in this system, and we have heavy lifting that needs to be done. I think what you guys are doing with the city and the county coming together is going to stand this program up. Make no mistake, I've been through the budget multiple different ways of what was in place with Cathedral Homes, and there was no way to be successful. You know, as Ashley shared, we're looking at about 136, was the negative number was 136. And we started to back away until the county said, let's come together and figure out how to partner in Carbon County with all the entities. To your question, we've not spoken to the other entities. My goal is to come in and get operationalized and get up and running. That meant we needed Carbon County on board. We needed the city of Rawlins on board. The DFS contracts are finalized, and in my email, the county was aggressive with the 2 contracts today, and then ultimately our ask this evening. The one thing I would address is, you know, I don't know what next year is going to look like. You know, I was talking with providers today, and we've got a 6% inflation. We're paying $1.36 more for gas than we were. Food costs are up. I won't stand here and tell you we won't come back next year in partnership for this $25,000. What I will tell you is we're going to do everything we can, as we have in all of our other communities that we serve in Riverton and Sheridan and Cheyenne and Torrington and Wheatland. We've taken great philanthropic work with Wyoming's wonderful foundations, and we've been able to help build into that. If you asked me what my fear is in this, right now is workforce. And we've targeted some really good benefited positions. Volunteers of America is a 125-year-old organization. We're a 35-year-old organization here in Wyoming. We have a Wyoming board. We have Wyoming roots deep. And that doesn't make hiring any easier. So I think we've, you know, here's where I need your help. If you know good people, if you know leaders, you know, we're going to hire a director, we're going to hire a lead, we're going to put 9 other positions in there to make sure we're staffed. If you know good people, send them our way. And that's going to be where we have to get really aggressive over the next 30 days to get staffed. You know, the county commissioners were curious about relationships with schools and where it could go. Right now, I want to stay focused on getting operationalized. We worked really hard last week to help a young man from down here in Carbon County potentially get to our group home in Sheridan. We do operate a group home in Sheridan on our human service campus and have for the last 22 years. But we got to get through the licensing. That's next week, which we ought to blow through. You guys have a beautiful building. You have a lot to be proud of over there. We'll get it up, get that going, get the contracts done, and get moving towards hiring a team. That was a lot of information, but I want you to know who we are. Susie Arnold, who is here with me, is our Director of Residential Services. Susie will be the one you get to know real well as her Senior Director of Youth Services, John, will be helping get everything up and going. I don't know if I can answer any questions. If not, I don't want to keep you here any longer than I have.
I'm sorry to ask this, but you said you were only licensed, or this facility was licensed for 8 beds. At one point, I thought we had 10 beds licensed. Did 2 go away, or?
So, Mayor, Council, looking at the history, it does appear at one time you may have had 10 beds. I'm going to speculate that and I don't know this to be fact. I'm going to speculate based on what I've looked at, that through state budget cuts, through legislative cuts, through reduction of the need, it may have been reduced to 8 beds. I have no idea historically why that happened. We want to get back to 10 beds. I need you to hear me say that there's an economy of scale here where we have to double staff at anything past 5 into 6. So if I'm double staffing anyway on every shift, I'd just soon be maximized. And then that economy of scale changes a little bit.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you for coming.
So Lynn, you have a question.
I do, I just want to make sure I have the motion correct, that it was an amended motion to approve a one-time payment to the Volunteers of America, VOA, of $25,000 for startup costs, with $10,000 coming out of the Cathedral Home and $15,000 coming out of the Impact Assistance Fund. Did you just leave it at fund, or did you want to specify, did you specify?
Just leave it whatever impact fund that you can pull it out of.
Okay. For the new Rollins Youth Center, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
If there's no other discussion, then you, whenever you're ready, open online voting. And again, thank you, folks. God bless you.
Okay, thank you. Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. And Ashley, thank you for coming. I appreciated the phone call, and I appreciate you guys coming to explain.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, next thing on our agenda is a resolution about the liquor licensing, and if anybody would like, I would entertain that motion. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the resolution permitting the City of Rollins, Wyoming liquor license holders to operate for a period of 24 hours pursuant to Rollins Municipal Code Section 508-400C, December 31st, 2021, New Year's Eve, March 12th, 2022, Saturday night prior to St. Patrick's Day, July 30th, 2022, first Saturday night of Fair Week, and October 29th, 2022, Saturday night prior to Halloween.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution permitting the City of Rollins, Wyoming liquor license holders to operate for a period of 24 hours pursuant to a Rollins Municipal Code Section 5.08.400C. The 4 dates are December 31st, 2021, New Year's Eve, March 12th, 2022, Saturday night prior to St. Patrick's Day, July 30th, 2022, first Saturday night of Fair Week, and October 29th, 2022, Saturday night prior to Halloween. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm sure Chief Ward might not know this answer, and you don't have anybody else here, but what is the calls for those evenings? Do you have any data on that stuff?
I do. I can't give you specific numbers, but I did check into this. For the last couple of years, it seems like the bars on these nights really didn't close much later than they normally would. They were not open all night. Also, our calls for service were not increased. We're not aware of any calls specific to any of the bars on the evenings where they're authorized to stay open all night. No significant increase in DUIs, traffic stops, fights, or anything like that.
Awesome, thank you.
July 30th is my birthday, so I could drink all night. All right. Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, would you please open online voting?
Right away for him?
No, we're partying at my house.
Online voting is open.
It's gonna be a big party too, Chris. I'm turning 70.
Oh dear.
Sounds like a party, don't it?
It's the best year.
Only 3 of you can go.
Yeah.
Online voting is closed.
I got a big house. We'll separate them.
With 7 yeas.
All right. The next thing on our agenda is the St. Clair Water feasibility study. And I guess Carl. Oh, okay, Sean. Either way. I don't,
Just a quick introduction.
okay.
You have Carl and remind me your name one more time. CJ. CJ is with Sunrise Engineers. As we're all aware, the Sinclair Oil Refinery is really interested in our water. Sunrise performed a study and looked at the possibility of being able for the city to be able to sell water sometime down the road. And so Carolyn is real familiar with the study, and I'll turn the time over to you.
All right, so first, I would really like to thank everybody. I really appreciated the personal invitation over here. One of my coworkers was really hoping he could make it. He's Rollins native. We really, really like it over here. And this is a project, I hope I can convey my excitement. We engineers aren't too great at it. And I don't think a lot of people are too excited to hear anything we have to say most of the time. So I'm very excited. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and kind of discuss what's going on. And I'm also happy, I'm going to try and keep this, brief, concise, to the point, but I'm happy to address any questions, talk about this as short or as long as any of you would like to, because I do believe this is a very important study, and it's also very important in the future of Rollins. So why I'm here specifically, a little bit of background. So my name's CJ Walker. I work with Sunrise Engineering. And back at the beginning of this year, we got hired by the city of Rollins to perform a water portfolio study. Essentially looking at where you get your water, how does it get stored, how much of it do you have, water rights, the whole shebang as far as that's concerned. And so I was able to finalize that report right around March or April. And then down the road, we ran into the Sinclair refinery and they started talking with us a little bit more. And we had actually prepared a study for them a couple of years ago where they were talking about, hey, we've got some issues with water, particularly during droughts. Are there any options that we have? What do we need to upgrade in our system to get this taken care of? And then they said, we'd kind of like to revisit this idea a little bit. Do you know anything about the city of Rollins water system? And so I would also really like to thank Carl as a proponent. We talked with him a little bit, wanted to make sure that everybody was okay with this. And then the Sinclair refinery did hire us to perform an independent third-party study about what it would take to perform water sales from the city of Rollins over to the Sinclair refinery. And I'd like to explain kind of what I am and what I am not. I'm not a salesman. I've been awful at it clear back since the days of Boy Scouts, trying to sell that popcorn, that kind of stuff. I'm not here to try and make a sale. But my job as an engineer, I've always felt, especially in consulting, is it's our job to get through the numbers, dig deep into them, get a thorough understanding, and present those to the decision makers. You guys have the tough decision of figuring out what you want to do with that information that gets presented. So with that said, I made every attempt to make this an unbiased third party. You've got all of the numbers in here. And I am fully available if anyone on the council would like my email. I've got business cards. I can pass those around. Carl knows me. I really appreciate Sean's invitation to be over here too. We recognize this is also a very sensitive issue. I'm not going to beat around the bush. When it comes to water, it's kind of a commodity. So it's difficult to be talking about water sales, especially when you're talking about times of drought and issues and you're telling people about water restrictions. So I'm not even going to beat around the bush. I recognize that's a very large issue with this. So with that said, the findings of this report, I'd just like to highlight a couple of things. There's an executive summary in it that you're welcome to read. I'd highly encourage it. But a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. One, the Sinclair refinery is not interested in water rights. They're interested in purchasing treated water from the city of Rawlins, and it's mostly for their boiler house processes. They're worried about during drought, they don't have sufficient water rights for it. And as we really dig through, all of the water rights and everything, I'm going to get the elephant out of the room. Just like every water system, the city of Rawlins has some significant improvements that do need to happen for sale of water to happen over to Sinclair Refinery. It's, I think, a decent analogy of something that you guys actually have going here is, I used to like watching Antique Roadshow with my parents a little bit. You go in the garage and you find something that might be beaten up, it might be in pretty bad shape, but with a little bit of restoration and you bring it to the right person, it can be a very, very good value. So something I'd really like to highlight is, as far as water rights go, even in future expansion, the city of Rawlins, in my professional opinion, has water rights that they will never use. So you have the capacity and infrastructure to treat this water, but it will never be used in future expansion. You have so many water rights available, and again, we're not talking physical sale of those water rights, but you can physically treat that water and it would not be used for anything else. Even at full build out in the city of Rawlins, it's my professional opinion it would not be used, that there's an ample excess supply. And with that, it makes sense, just a point in here, the Sinclair refinery, and I'm sure Sean could probably talk a little bit more with this, I'm not going to beat around the bush with this either, they're interested in buying. So if there's an ample supply and there are these improvements that need to be made to the city of Rawlins infrastructure, and in my report I've thrown out a number there. It appears to me to make all of this viable and work, it's a little bit scary, but it's 11 million. These infrastructure improvements in the city of Rawlins would have to happen regardless of whether this deal went forward, just to handle the future expansion. These are upgrades we're talking with, I'm sure you're all aware of the springs, that needs to be addressed. There's issues in the water tanks. There are 2 very large water tanks that are getting very old. So we're talking upgrades to the tune of about 11 million. And you have a partner who I know is interested in working out some way to make this a mutually beneficial agreement where those infrastructure improvements can be made, and then that physical sale of water can be made back to them. And the initial numbers that I was putting together in here, again, please look at the report if you have any questions. But it is my professional opinion there as well. The city of Rawlins would be receiving over 1 million in additional revenue every year out of the water account from these sales, again, in water that would otherwise go entirely unused. So I'd just like to highlight that. Again, not as a salesman, that's the numbers that I'm seeing here. An ample supply of unused water would otherwise go entirely unused, which could be sold to the tune of probably about 1 million a year to the Sinclair refinery. And they have shown that they're willing to help with the infrastructure improvements to make this deal happen and make it go forward. And I'd also say that right now is where I would say that the teams that we have in place are actually the right teams to make something like this happen. The town of Sinclair has already been talked to. They're on board. They have people on their team. Sunrise is intimately familiar with this, with the city of Rawlins water system as well as the refinery's water system. and Carl has done an excellent job. I'd like to publicly, notice him on this. He has been a wonderful proponent working with us to try and figure out how we could make this something that can really fit into the long-term goals with the city of Rollins. So I think I'd kind of leave it with that. I don't know if Sean or Carl have anything additional to add to that.
I guess I'd just say thank you for the presentation. Really,
Yeah,
really well
sure
done,
thing.
Informative. I think it'd be good if we could turn the time over to council for some questions and just let the conversation evolve a little bit.
Councilman Smith.
Well, one of the one thing that you said, CJ, that really made me feel a little bit better. We're not selling our rights. We're holding on
Correct.
to the rights.
Mhm.
We're selling the water, and it's going to generate $1 million. Is Sinclair, do they have 11 million that they would, and then we would sell this back over years? or
So
how
I
are
think
they
that's a question.
thinking of that?
I know that there was a meeting between Sinclair executives. I know Carl and Sean were there. I'm going to turn that one over to you guys because I think there was some discussion on that.
There was. I did meet with the Sinclair president, and we talked about our needs and this $11 million that was identified in the study. And I just asked, if Sinclair is really interested in this, would they be willing to help us out with this situation that we're in? And the immediate answer was yes. The Sinclair president said that he'd be willing to go to his board of directors to see if they could get funding to help us. And I'm just waiting actually to just hear back if that's developed, or I don't know what's going on with it for the council to consider.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the number, because
Yeah.
11 million was identified. That's what I said. The more that you're willing to help, maybe the more willing the city might be to engage in that conversation.
Councilman Weisenberg was next.
With the sale of the refinery, is this still on the table right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that they did address. The president of Sinclair said this should in no way impact it, especially because if Holyfield does take over, then they're going to have the same interest of having that water, interest of change.
Okay, that was a major concern I had with another company coming in. I mean, we're gonna have to do something, Okay.
Councilman Smith.
Does this 11 million go to the distribution system out south too, or is this, is it just in town and not out at the
No, that's
stores?
correct. Actually, I've got a breakdown. I can say exactly how much. So that rehabilitation down south
Yeah.
is actually the bulk of that. In our estimate, we estimated that to be about 6.2 million of that. And so that's the heaviest need. The rest is, a lot of the upgrades inside of the distribution system here in the city, mostly storage, making sure there's sufficient storage, upgrades to old locations of pipes, making sure that the pressure doesn't go haywire when you supply that water over to the refinery. And I'd also highlight in there too, so this 11 million number, that's the upgrades to the City of Rollins infrastructure. That's something, like I said, that would have to happen anyway for future expansion. Looking at full build out, population growth, making sure that more people can come in and you guys have the water available to get to them. And I can share, I had talked with Sinclair's attorney a little bit. The cost of actually physically doing this project to actually sell them the water is probably to about the tune of $6 million, and Sinclair said they're covering it. So as far as that's concerned, to the actual getting the pipeline from here over to them to sell the physical water, they said, we're the ones asking for it, so we cover it. So there would be no discussion on that as far as I was told.
So this would be kind of a win-win to get our water system upgraded without major bonds or any in-debt things like we've had to go into debt in previous years to fix the water line out there, and so we might look at it basically.
Our residents, I was thinking about fee increases.
Mm-hmm.
If we had something like this in place, maybe that's, we can limit what if at all, any increases to water.
And it doesn't, we won't have water restrictions either.
In the past, yeah, we better not. I promised people we wouldn't, so we better not. In the past, there was numbers thrown out about you have enough water to support X number of people. I'm just curious, did you look at it that way, and what is that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that out, just so I'm not lying to you. Because I know.
Page 14.
Yeah, it's getting in there.
Example 4.3 and 4.4.
Yeah, I believe so. So I'll throw out there, so the number that we used to start off with, so the population we grabbed starting today, the 2020 census had about 8,510. And then including the town of Sinclair in water rights, because we have to account for, you guys are also supplying that tank that goes to the town of Sinclair as well. So including town of Sinclair, you're sitting at about 9,000. And then you said page 14. I think you're correct on that. We're getting there. It is, so an estimated population increase of, we're seeing 2,098 would bring you guys to saying that you developed 20% of the area around you guys. So the fully developable area would be anything that's not mountains, anything else. This would be, full build out would be 100%. And we did a number at 20% saying, based on current growth and everything, you guys would grow by about 2,100 in population. So that's a hefty increase from the 9,000, increase it up to about 12 or 11,000 there. And then you would still have an excess during drought years of about 1,200 gallons a minute is the numbers that we came to.
All I need to know is how many gallons a minute do people drink, I guess, to get the number I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure thing.
This was, when I saw the study, this was actually one of my first concerns when I was thinking about it, because I know that our population has been to like 16,000 or something at one point, and so like if we're projecting, we gotta project based on something like that or more. And on average, and please correct me.
Yeah.
On average, we use
I think it was 240 gallons per person per day, something.
And we use 2 CSF on average, CFS throughout the year. So if we were to double in population, let's make this estimate way more. Okay, we're using 4 CSF throughout the year. We have 13 point something CFS plus we have our well water that's not in.
Correct.
We count this, and then we have our river water, which is another 2 CFS. Did I get all there?
Yeah.
So you.
There's some subtleties, but you're very.
Yeah, it
sounds like you could do
My point
100,000.
is, if we double in population, we triple in population, we still, we could be at 6 CFS with tripling our population and still have all that, like another 6 to 11 or 9 CSF remaining. Do you see what I mean?
So you're talking river water now? Using
there
water,
is
selling it?
there is part of that goes into this as well. So I'd like to reiterate something on there. Make sure, hopefully I'm not acting a jerk here. I do disagree with the tripling population. But I don't, when we did the full build out and everything, I will throw out there doubling population. I took that into account in our original water portfolio study. Yes, this accounts, and you guys would be able to double in population with this 11 million in infrastructure upgrades and not have any issues in the foreseeable future. We did a 50, 60 year looking at build out, and I see no plausible scenario where the Rollins would grow so much past.
I think we're passing each other here. You're making it more complicated than my mind will accept. We have X number of gallons or millions of gallons
Right.
of water rights.
Correct.
Okay, if you divide that by how much everybody uses per
Oh, okay.
person,
Yeah, I
how many
gotcha.
people worth of water rights total could we support? What population
Give
could we
me-
support? I've heard that number before, but
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, I want to know what
Yeah.
you think it is.
If you want the exact number, I can calculate
It don't
out
have
here
to
for
be
you.
exact.
But
If you're
off the top of my head, I'd say you guys are good up to about 20,000 with the agreement as it's written right here.
And then we're out of water at 20,000. We have no more water to sell.
And I will so you would be out of water under a very certain circumstance, which is an allocation call on the river during drought. And in that case, that's where we're talking, insufficient water rights, supply, that kind of stuff. And that happens it's February, March, and April. So during an allocation year, which is a drought year, they can make a call on the river and they say during February, March, and April, you guys are only allowed, and it's December 4th, 1912 water rights. So you guys are limited to very, very senior water rights in those allocation years. That would be the one scenario over 20,000 in population where you would be looking at water restrictions.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's right. Because I do know that there has been calls on the river before.
Right.
Since I
Yep.
lived here several times.
I just want, that question that I was asking you, we're gonna take water from the river, take it up and treat it, and then resell it. And the reason I say that is when we tied into Sinclair, they gave us a water right, and they
Right.
loaned us a water right.
Mhm.
So no wonder we have water rights. They were doing that so that we could
Yep.
hook up with them, which was a good deal. Don't
Mhm.
get me wrong. I guess if we were able to work out a system where we could use those water rights,
Mhm.
get it to our treatment plant.
Yep. Yeah. In fact, you're.
I think we would be in pretty good shape.
Yep, and that's actually a very wonderful question because that actually fits into a big, grand, overarching scheme. When I talked about the right team in place, one of the things that I know Carl's been really talking about is this cemetery water line. And just for, an example, that cemetery water line, the idea of that is to take it from the North Platte, the river water, bring it over to the cemetery, and if you can grab those VFW ballparks that are out there, you've also got the old Outlaw Bowl that's out there. If you can actually take all of those off of the potable system and do that just with river water, you actually have availability today to go and kick that water over to the refinery. So it would free up the potable water by using your river water, right, in things like irrigation. And I would see that cemetery line being kind of a backbone for utilizing the additional water right there in the river. And you can take that river water, get it all the way to the treatment plant, but just my opinion, Carl can smack me or disagree with me or whatever, it's inefficient to take it all the way from the river, and then you take it all the way, southwest of you guys to go get it treated, and then kick it back up northwest or northeast. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all that electricity and energy to lift it up a hill to go send it right back down a hill. So there is a lot of thinking, planning, this engineering design, but I see the backbone of this being using that cemetery river water line to utilize that North Platte River right and free up your springs as an almost, unique, you've got your springs, your nugget wells down there southwest, and utilize that for your potable supply. And then any raw water supply you guys have here, you could use the backbone of that cemetery line to provide that.
Well, the river water comes in and needs so much extra filtering.
Right,
It takes
exactly.
efficiency right out of it also.
Mhm.
So where does the town of Sinclair fit into this? They have 11
Yep.
water rights.
Yeah, and so the town of Sinclair is a big part of this as well. If I were to really throw out how this is a mutually beneficial situation, City of Rollins, what you guys really have to offer is infrastructure. You guys do have some remaining water rights. I'd actually, in most of these agreements, like to leave that you guys are selling potable water. And the town of Sinclair, they're the ones that they have something, when I was looking into it, it was crazy, but they are not even touching, 80 to 85, 90% of their water right.
That's right.
And so the idea is that they can utilize their water right, give it to you guys to be treated. It gets sold back to the refinery. So imagine it kind of this cohesive three-party system. And that's what we're looking at here is we're not doing the physical transaction of any water rights. It's, I've got an engineer's brain. It ticks my wife off like crazy because I'm always thinking efficiency, right? And I don't care that that looks super pretty on the wall. I want it to be efficient. She's all into pretty and everything, but it's all about the efficiency here. We've got inefficiencies in the city of Rawlins infrastructure. You've got the Sinclair refinery that's ready to help pay to fix those inefficiencies. And then you've got so many extra water rights sitting with the town of Sinclair. And then the discussion is, can't we just put all of this into a pot, make sure that, and I'll throw it on the engineering side, we can control through valving, through flow meters, what water right is being used by who, how much water is being sold, where's it coming from, keeping all of that organized. And again, like I said, my job is the easy one where it's just numbers. I present you guys with the numbers, and then unfortunately you have the fun job of dealing with the attorneys and figuring all of that out on that end. But I would throw it out that it's Sunrise's official recommendation at this point. It's red hot. I know the refinery is excited. Town of Sinclair is excited. And we have a lot of team players in right now who are very intimately aware of the problems with this project, potential risks, challenges. And I also know that with current upgrades down south of the city of Rawlins right now, the refinery could prove to be a very powerful partner in figuring out financing and advancing those upgrades as quickly as possible and providing, honestly, the city of Rawlins with a very, very durable infrastructure. And to the tune of $1 million extra in the coffers a year, I would imagine a very quick payback period as well if that were the route that were to happen.
Any further discussion? Councilman Garner first and then Weisenberg next.
I just had a couple of questions on your
sure thing.
figures on that 4.3 and 4.4. 4.3 is the current.
Okay, can you direct me to page 14? Okay. Yep.
So on 4.3, it shows that we have available unused water of about a little over a quarter of it, correct?
Oh yeah, sure thing. So you're talking this 1565 GPM of unused water, right? Okay, so what was your question? Sorry, now that I'm looking at it.
So that would be our current allocation. If we grew the 20%, we would have, it looks almost like it'd be less than 8% of headroom if we grew the 20%. If we had issues, is 8% enough to, keep everything running, or would water restrictions come into play there?
No, water restrictions wouldn't come into play with this. 465 GPM right there is very, very sufficient on that. And one of the other things too, this is factoring in a really generous growth rate too on there.
That's at 20%, right?
Let's see, make sure I pull the right table here. Okay. So yeah, looking at the 20% area developed, so you still have that surplus of 1.02. Okay, I get where you're getting your number there. So yeah, at that point, at the 20% build out, there wouldn't be any problems with the allocation. You would still be able to continue to expand. One of the reasons that that water right actually decreases there as much as it does is I factored in, the refinery told me that they have some additional expansion factored in there as well. And then they said they would curb it. They said that they'd have a limit on their expansion. Yeah. So then your guys' future expansion past that would curb as well.
Would we still be okay if they did the high, because then further up, it talks about the hydro of the tanks. And it looks like that would exceed.
Yeah, so I discussed that one with him specifically. So what he's talking about, the refinery does something called tank hydro. And it's where they essentially have to fill up their tank and then, they flush it all out. And it uses up a very, very high amount of water. And I talked with them about how they would do it and what they would do. And they said the way they would get around that is, again, the allocation is February, March, April. they said they can change their operations such that they can do tank hydros either in January or after April, or they can use on-site water storage. And that's actually another thing that I'd like to bring up with this too. So there are two things in this report, which is where I can so confidently say you can double in size, is because in my engineering mind, I always factor in factors of safety. My number one goal as an engineer is always the public safety, regardless of anything else we do. I have not factored in any of your nugget wells in any of these water rights.
They're not.
Yeah, this is an assumption, and there is in the attachments, I don't have them with me, but you can actually go into the water rights itself and see exactly how many you have. The nugget wells are not factored into this, as well as storage. So the way a water right works is you're limited to pulling a certain amount out of the river at a time. You know, call it 1,000 gallons a minute. Okay, if you actually take that water, pull it out in January pre-allocation, and then you store it, which is a big part of this upgrades to storage infrastructure. Either store it in the reservoir down south or store potable water here in town. That does not count towards any of these water rights. So all of these charts you're seeing is actually assuming technically that you guys have no storage, that you're pulling directly from the river. But you guys actually have right now, you've got about 4 million gallons sitting in the two tanks up north. I think the two tanks south, they're what, 15 million there. And then you've got the Peking Reservoir, Atlantic Rim Reservoir. So there is ample water there, especially factoring in the storage. Does that kind of make sense? So at 20%, you still have that, but that's if you're pulling all of it from source water and using no storage. So.
And then on the pipeline pump, that I assume they're going to need a pump to get to Sinclair to keep the pressure up that they're going to need, because what's the 20?
Actually, they are not, because you guys are so much higher in elevation. So they're actually going down a hill there.
If there was a disruption in their flow of water, since that's a critical process, where would the, I mean, this might be a legal question,
Illegal.
But liability lie if something happens on our end, we shut down the pipe and they have no flow of water into their system.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a more legal question. That, but typically, you know, again, legal on this, but the way I usually see it worked out is when you write up those agreements, you talk about who the operation and maintenance falls under. And then you would specify whoever the operation and maintenance of that particular piece falls under is the one who assumes liability for it in that case.
Do they designate, I don't think I've seen it in the report, whether or not they want to run that pipeline that goes directly to them?
Where they want to run it?
No, whether or not they want to operate it 100%.
Oh,
so
I don't know, but I've heard discussions from them on that. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
For us to operate?
Yeah, because we have infrastructure to treat the water like we would.
I think that's a detail that we need to work out on the future side. It has a lot of implications. It's a critical infrastructure, and our early vision of it is actually 2 parallel lines going to the refinery.
One for emergency backup if one fails?
Because it's, once they start taking that treated water and using it for their boilers, they're going to lose the ability to treat the water at their end. As the years go by, because that's the way the management systems work. You know? So I'm strongly suggesting that they do a double line early conversation taped in for double line.
Yeah.
They can shut down one line and do repairs, and then they're closed. Almost like I wish we had 2 out south right now.
Yeah, I will second that recommendation. Our report just preliminarily sized one line and shows kind of the direction where it would go, how it would connect. But we did just finish a project over in Rock River where we put in redundant transmission mains. It is so much easier doing it that way that if there ever is a failure, you have a fail safe that it can immediately switch over to.
And then my last question, sorry, Chris. If we can't supply because of drought are they able to reduce the demand that they need? Or do they, is this,
No, the unfortunate thing that they have is, so the reason that they need this water is all for boiler house. So they need potable water. It has to be something well filtered, taken care of. And that thing will consistently use, so the current demand is about 1,300 gallons a minute. Future demand is about 1,565 from what they've told me. And now that's a pretty consistent, will not change demand. So they would not be able to reduce that demand. No.
so if we went into drought, we can say, sorry, you're gonna have to take a hit.
Correct.
And citizens first.
Yeah. But what you may have some control in doing is if, so they make allocation calls on the river prior to February, March, April. It's not, a snap of the fingers. Hey, guess what? You guys are drought. You could probably work in, again, this is legal, and this would fall out in the actual full design. This was the pre-design feasibility. But my recommendation would be work in some stipulations in the contract where if an allocation is made, they should have some on-site storage to address some of that stuff, so that it would be on them to potentially use some of that water that they had stored, in January to make up the difference, so you guys wouldn't have to foot that. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
I think storage is a wonderful answer to anything in allocation too. So.
Okay. Yeah, if he's in a hurry. I gotta go.
All right. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry for all the time there.
I just had a couple things first. Real quick, I want to say thanks for the study. It's a lot of information put out there, and he put out there that the raw water line going to the cemetery is like the backbone to this, and that's a $6 project that we had discussed and talked about possibly moving up on the list. So this has significant potential for the city to upgrade not only our infrastructure, but possibly in the future with funding of $1 million or excess of that, funding possibly a newer modified water treatment plant, for the residents of Rawlins and reducing costs of water. So I want to say thanks for that study, and I want to say, Sean, thanks for being willing to pick up where this had left off in the past, because some people didn't even know this had happened, a long time ago. And I want to say, like I said, thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for having us and listening. Like Councilman Weisenberg said, it really is about the infrastructure, and like CJ said as well. I really want Rawlins to have the most badass water treatment plant in the state, okay? We have really good water. We got a good supply. We can get it. We got the wet water. We're above Pathfinder. We got so many good things going for us. And we just let that water run down the river. It makes me sick. So funding it has always been the issue. And when I first started looking at this 7-8 years ago, it's been that long. It honestly has. We needed a big customer. We were losing customers across the state, and the refinery was the obvious customer. I went to the refinery and I spent 8 hours there over 2 days with John Moore, the old general manager there. And I saw how they were using water, and I said, you need to get treated water in here, because this treated water, it's not just going to help the operations at the refinery. It's going to allow them to grow their operation, create more jobs, invest more money in this town. And it really is. It's a well thought out study. I sound like the salesman now, and I am. I really want to see the city have the next 100 years covered. We got gifted the last 100 years by our forefathers back in the 20s when they put in that spring system, and selling water to the refinery, the cemetery line, firming up the pipeline, and just kind of putting all these projects forward and getting them done sooner rather than later just assures our supply for the next 100 years and gives us room overhead to develop and stuff like that. And then just one more note on the study, because I know it's getting late and you guys want to get out of here, is that that work that CJ did, that's an all the faucets on kind of deal, all right? It's all the faucets on, and I kind of kept some cards in the background that we can play to cover it, the wells. He mentioned the wells. We also have, we got reuse water, I'm going to call it, down at our wastewater treatment plant sitting in storage lagoons. We have like almost 300 acre feet of it that just sits there. We run it down Sugar Creek every year, you know. So you can see I'm excited. We could take that and we could put that into that reuse system that's part of the purple, I call it purple pipe system, but the cemetery line, that's going to be the backbone of a reuse water system that positions us really well as we look forward to kind of a lot of uncertainty in our water future, okay? So all of these things work together to just assure the next 100 years for the city of Rawlins. So thank you very much for letting me kind of work on this.
You mentioned the treatment plant water.
Yes.
Treatment plant water, several years ago, I was approached about the refinery using the treatment plant water for cooling purposes, but it didn't pan out. There was something happened. They never did come back.
We're going to fix that.
Yeah.
Water. So it's a money issue, guys, right? So as water becomes more scarce, it becomes more valuable. So we're going to look across the landscape and we're going to put more and more of it to beneficial use. We're going to quit flushing it down the toilet and sending it down the river. It's a money deal. So it's very good to Barry. Thanks.
Okay.
Carl,
Yes.
could you,
Your voice is coming from over here.
oh my
I'm
goodness,
sorry.
that's weird tonight. Anyway, my question to you and to CJ and Sean, what do you need from this council at this time? This was just a discussion, so we can't make a motion, but what directives do you want us to give you?
Do you know, it's been at least 2 years that I've been trying to get in front of you and talk about this stuff. How about that? Maybe longer. All right, just things have happened. There's been different mayors, different
Totally
city
understand.
managers. You know, that's how long this has been cooking. All right.
Mhm.
I'm just thrilled that we're up here talking to you finally about it. You know, this is. I don't think we need anything right now except that you guys look around and say, you know, Carl, Sean, CJ, we think this is important to the city's future as well, and we want to give our support to it, and let's see what we can pull together. That's in the sort of the higher level view of it, okay? You know, and I wanted to talk about Sage Creek. I never heard a Sage Creek update, so let's just leave that aside for right now. But you know, directly to your question, I think we'd like to see, you know, some unanimous support to kind of move forward. You know, because there's a lot of moving parts. There's the cemetery line, you know, we're fixing the spring lines. There's the refinery discussion, you know, and I want to get any concerns about the specific projects out of the way now so we can address them. So.
And I think if you bring in a tabletop thing and just show us where you want to go, and
okay.
And we know the price tags, and CJ's work is there. I mean, I'm an old farm girl, and my family has water rights in the Bighorn River where we can pull it right out of the river. We don't have to go through the ditch. So we've been through this year, and the number one thing that the city has to always do is keep their water rights. And we need to sell what we aren't using so that we can generate more revenue. So this sounds like, to me, like a win-win situation.
It's a win-win situation, and something that, you know, CJ, you know, he called me out publicly, but I want to say that the team that's working on this is amazing. We have Pat Tyrell. He was the state water engineer. He was the state engineer for, I think, 15 years or something like that. He literally, you know, he's an idol of mine. He wrote the book on water rights in the state. He's working on this specifically for us, okay? We got Dave Parmalee and the governor's, Frudenthal's brother, the other water
Steve?
attorney. Yeah, I mean, we got really, really, really good people looking at the legal issues, okay? We got really good engineers looking at the water issues, and, you know, all the parts and pieces are here, you know, and I just want to feel empowered by you guys to kind of work openly with people, and there will be agreements coming down the road pretty quickly, so.
Okay. Sean?
As far as what we need from council, and next step, I think, is to visit with the president of Sinclair, just kind of see where they're at with bringing some, whatever proposal they have for us. I'll just mention there's all these attorneys, but I think we were to go down this road, we need to get a water attorney that, obviously is representing the city. And I've heard a couple of suggestions out there. But I can kind of make that come forward to the council, and then we can just go from there. I also, just real quickly touch on the project right now, and I think this is important for this discussion.
Okay.
When we fix the water line that's currently, all this pipe that we're bringing in right now, the potential of water that we should be seeing coming to the city after this is done this winter.
Yeah, this is, I wish we'd talked about this actually before the whole refinery thing. So about a month ago, you asked Cody to kind of make baby steps or looking at the spring line. And then we moved forward on doing the Sage Creek pipeline project, okay? When we get this Sage Creek pipeline project done, and this is based on many visits to the springs and looking at what's going on, we'll have installed 10,000 feet of 18-inch plastic pipe to replace one 8-inch pipe that's bringing us water and one 12-inch failing wood-stave pipe. We expect to triple the water delivery to the city in the spring at the peak runoff. That's how much water we're losing right now. We're going to fill our reservoir in 3 weeks. We're going to have more water than we know what to do with. We're going to be spilling it out everywhere this year. So that's what installing that 18-inch PVC pipe, that's going to be the backbone of the whole collection network up there. And it'll be done. And I think we have the money to pay for it. I hope so. Because I've already ordered the parts. I have a contractor. I've already hit the buy it now button.
It's definitely within budget, and the engineer costs were like 700,000, and this contractor has come in at 500,000.
The engineer's estimate was over $1 million to install the pipe, and then I have the last of some contract details to take care of, and the current estimate is about $500,000, 496,000. So we came in substantially under the engineer's estimate. We have a super contractor, Rocky Mountain Industrial. They do work over in the refinery, Jeff at the Alvies, if you know the Alvies. I've worked around them for quite a few years, and I'm really just excited to be having them on board. So we're going to get this, possibly the toughest part of the pipeline installed, and we're going to do it in the winter. We're going to start working up there next week. We're going to start moving dirt on Monday. So that was something that you asked us to do. We looked at the spring line because Linda was very concerned about the leaks, and we actually went out to make some baby steps, and they told me, don't go out there, you'll break stuff. So I went out there and I broke stuff, okay? There were no surprises there. The good news is we dug down to what I broke, and they're pretty easy fixes, guys. We're talking some bonnets broke off. That guy was in the ditch, all right? He'll tell you, they had the bolt kit. They dug down to an easy valve to get to. It was only about 10 or 12 foot deep, and they were able to fix it and stop the leaking. It was kind of tense on Thursday night, but we made it through. But I'm very, very encouraged by it. The pipeline was in really good shape. I was concerned about the welded flange and there was a bolted kind of affair. I was thinking that was deteriorated, but it was nothing but the valve bolts. And it's still a big deal to get to them, but it's not like we got to the pipe is in great shape. We've lost some little pieces on the valves. So the pipe is going to give us another 40 years of good work. And Cody Dill, your new public works guy, has just been fantastic to work with. And he's going to come to you and ask for more money. We're all going to come and ask you for more money because he wants to restart the pipeline superintendent's position. You guys needed it. You were saying, is this a result of thinning down crews over the years? You guys got rid of the pipeline superintendent. You got rid of the pipeline crew when you built that steel pipe. And I thought that was a big mistake. You need those guys out there every day running that pipeline, keeping an eye on it, Even if there's a bent over marker post, it should be fixed the next day. I want to see the grass mowed around the infrastructure and stuff. And those guys, that's what's going to make the biggest difference and make that pipe last another 40 years is having a little pipeline crew that keeps their eye on it and keeps everything working out there, you know. But we got a bunch more things to break. But you can see, I'm really, really encouraged. This is the best I've felt about your water system in years. It's kind of like when I got the last of my gold caps. I started feeling good about my teeth. You know, just... I do. I think the pipeline's good. I think that the Springs project is going to firm up our water supply in the short term. And this refinery deal, it's going to take a few years, you know. The refinery is patient. The city's obviously going to be very, very patient about it. But that's the next 100 years. That's the future. That's how you're going to fund it, you know. So you're good in the short term, and I think you're good in the long term. So.
The duct plants that have formed on the lines that are easy, well, the cost is not expensive to fix these. You're thinking by spring, we'd be able to knock out hopefully, some of the bad ones, right?
The worst one is Lone Tree Creek. I think there was a picture of you there on Bigfoot 99, you know, being very disappointed. It'll be a big dig, but when we get down to it, I think it'll be an easy fix. I don't think it's a structural issue with the pipe.
That's good.
I think it's just the bonnet bolts, you know. It's just the dig is so huge. That's and it's been wet.
Wetlands.
Okay. Councilman Weisenberg.
Real quick on this, when you're talking about digging down to valves and having the bolts, you know, issues and stuff like that. I've worked with pipelines and stuff for lots of years, right? And one thing is you don't bury a valve. You put a vault around a valve and it's easy access to repair. Why are we not doing of such instead of creating more maintenance work in locating equipment or staging equipment to dig on these to repair a valve, when we could have a vault there, do more of like a confined space entry type deal to access the valves and repair. And you could still have a stem coming up high enough to manually operate the valves and stuff, you know, from above the ground level, so you didn't have to have that access at all points.
That would
Why don't
probably
we do that?
be a good idea if it wasn't for the water. So that the water would just fill up the vault. Because wherever you have a bluff, there's a creek. And there's natural water in the creek. You know, and so when they brought the pipeline down, they were about 6 foot under grade, and then the creek is here. So they actually put drops because they wanted to be about 6 foot underneath the bottom of that creek, you know. So that's why they're so deep, you know, especially Lone Tree Creek. There's a pretty deep foul weg through there. And we estimate that pipe's about 20 feet down, you know, and then you got to get into the pipe. And the pipe is 20 inches tall, so that's, you know, almost 22 feet down. The mistake they made, you know, and well, they made a couple mistakes, but they got active galvanic protection on the whole system, but they put a dielectric isolator at the first bolt-on flange. And I don't want to get too technical about it, you know, but they left the valve off the active protection system. So the valve, the reason the nuts go is because the nuts have these sharp edges, and that's where the paint wears out first, you know. And those little nicks of paint, they turn into like little battery anodes, and that's exactly what, like I could show you a picture of the bolt. They get like little bubbles in them, you know. They look so, like when you get down to it, you're like, what the heck is going on? It's not like surface rust. It's like someone like took a little ice cream scoop and scooped a big piece of the steel out. But they left the valves off of the galvanic protection scheme, the active corrosion protection. So we're going to revisit all of that. We're going to put some better galvanic protection. I mean, as I said, this is just at this point, it's a maintenance issue. It's not like, oh my God, we got to rebuild the whole pipeline. It's just, we got to fix these leaking valves. And we could put vaults on some of the shallower ones, but then I would worry about freezing and security and stuff like that, you know. So traditionally, that's what we do, is we bury valves on water pipelines. So I don't know what pipelines you worked on where they put vaults
Just
on.
gas and oil and stuff, you know, all that. That's how you never bury a valve, because it's maintenance.
Right. But they don't have to worry about freezing and stuff like that. So
You still have to worry about freezes.
Oh.
And you still have to worry about product filling up a vault sometimes. So that's why I say it all works the same in pipelines.
Okay.
Just want to thank you, Carl and CJ, for all the information. Pretty exciting, actually.
Thank you.
The next thing on the agenda is a 5-minute recess.
I was waiting for you to say that.
I thought you were going to just keep going, Terry.
Sounded like it for a minute.
Yeah. I'm good, thank you.
You know, this would have been a good work session.
I agree.
Instead of council meetings.
Yeah.
We have a lot of information, a lot of good people here.
Yeah.
I agree.
Get the hell out of some of the ones we've had who we don't really accomplish. At least this one here, we're learning something.
Yeah, that was very informational.
Yeah. I thought the engineer was great. Did a good job. What's that?
That's one of the biggest things. Any pipeline, you don't bury the houses. That's just on the Wind River. And I understand the philosophy of what they're saying, is that's why you have excavation where it flows out. You know what I mean? So it's fill up.
Yeah.
I have no opinion. I don't know how it's
Me either.
Correct.
I'm like you, I don't know diddly.
I don't know anything.
All the lines I ever worked with were above ground. They were talking about hydrating those tanks. They fill them with water. I don't understand why they don't use river water to fill them.
Exactly. You know, because they could put you know what?
Yeah, they get the tank, they just fill them with water when they build them, to see if they're going to leak.
In the barn.
Sit there for 6 months.
Just for these
They gotta get rid of the water. They got all the place to put it.
Don't be throwing all the pennies you had to buy.
Hey, I've only got, you're on there, not her.
It's all right, Jackie, I got you covered. I was gonna.
Yes, they're good. I know, I like them.
You got any of them?
I got one left, I got some in my office.
Oh, that's great. Only had one, so they were pretty good.
No, you don't, you have right here.
Oh, I thought there was two and I was looking for it and I said, I guess it was only one. Well, maybe I was seeing it.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
It's the bolts that are on the valve, it's the manufacturer of bolts change. They're iron bolts, and it's coated. But like you said, the ground out there just erodes it.
Out of alkali.
And as far as the bolts, that would be a cost issue more than anything. And you have 20, about 27 valves out there. And we don't even have bolts for the valves that are in the city. But in this one, it's the same manufacturers, whatever.
Or bolts.
Bolts. But the bolts that he's talking about were, it's a cost.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Usually it costs a lot more to do it.
Yeah, like the oil pipelines, they have money. Where's the?
Yeah, that ground out there, it eats that metal. In bands, I used to band pipe out there years ago, 50 years ago.
But yeah, it takes more, it'll take more time to dig to get to that valve than it would be to fix it. That was interesting to go out there on Saturday. All of us that volunteered to go out on Saturday, we all took a day off earlier in the week for personal, so that one used overtime when we went out there on Saturday.
Just penance for trying to be a human.
You had any snow out there or anything?
No?
No?
Oh, no, it was a little windy.
Yeah.
Wasn't too cold.
I've been out there years ago. I used to take a ride out there.
I was talking to Cody, one of the things I want to do is see if we can help out when we start doing all that and start working down there, see if we can't get a radio from like the fire department, the radios. Because that's cost inefficient, and you know, if you're missing a part or you need something, you have to drive all the way back into town. Get it. They're all waiting out there until you get the part or whatever out there. This way, that we have a crew that's still in town, but if they're missing something, they can call it in and we can get it and take it out. Cut down the time.
At least meet them halfway.
Yeah. Also, you know, God forbid if something happens, they don't take the time driving to a location, wait for a cell signal to call in, hey, you know, accident happened, you know, and then that much longer. This way they have a radio to communicate.
Yeah.
So that's something that I'm not.
Sounds good.
We should just go grab Wards, right? He's got that portable. Yeah, you can live without it for a couple days. I'm downhill from play.
I know. I got home and I had to get ready from there. I didn't know you had to pack a dinner to come to a meeting. I should have figured that out. I should have figured that out by now, though.
Like a big whiner, I gotta go home and fix trailer lights.
Well, I've got dinner waiting for me, but
I'm not taking none of those. Not tonight. I'm watching
They didn't have time when I got by the time.
Let's move it.
okay, something's wrong with that.
This should have been
Without it. I know.
That's the kind of work sessions we ought to have.
Mm-hmm.
And this branding thing should be worked
A
out.
lot of information.
Well,
Too late now.
You won't change things.
well, unless we've discussed it, I'm not gonna put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
It's a discussion item. Then some things should be on, but there's too many things that come to us. We have to vote on them. We haven't discussed them. So I kind of watch. I didn't change this, that's in my deal, but if it's an action item and we haven't discussed it, I make it a discussion. Because I'm not, there's just too many times it gets slapped down in front of us, we haven't discussed it.
Okay.
So there's more of that. All right, if we're ready, I'll call this meeting back to order. It's 10:18. And the next thing on our agenda is the discussion around city rebranding, and it looks like the presenter is Sean.
So when the mayor and I attended the economic development conference just a little bit ago, we bumped into Kara Choquette, and we were just talking about kind of the things that the city's working on right now. And she was just mentioning to me that when the wind farm, the Chokecherry Sierra Madre is completed, that it will be producing the most megawatts in a wind farm in the entire world, which is really amazing. It's really cool. And then I just mentioned to her, because I've heard from a few of you, that potentially getting from these wind farms, a lot of them are being decommissioned right now. And there's a possibility that we could obtain I just want to call it a propeller, one of the blades, or multiple blades that could be some sort of economic development, come see what this looks like in person. Just something, because in my opinion, it's those things that are really unique. It's going to bring people off I-80. And one of the things I just, tentatively looking at some of the information from the survey that we sent out is, people want to see us grow. One common thing is they just want to get people off I-80. And so anything that we can do to be really unique potentially could accomplish that for us. And so just because I was curious, I reached out to Rocky Mountain Power, and then I reached out to PacifiCorp, and they both indicated that potentially we could get some blades, because of they're just, in most cases, they're just bringing it over to Casper. So, and I just wanted to bring up, because just a little while ago, I brought up the idea of a rebranding. And I just think that with, having this wind farm in Carbon County, the one, the highest producing in the world, is super unique. The state geologist has said that we are the highest on average wind speed in Wyoming. The mayor has had people from the world talking about wind farms right now and wind energy. And then I think overall, just Carbon County being super in favor of, supporting wind energy. I just think that that could be the niche that we could potentially go with, that is super unique. Get some of these blades for us to do something with them. And I guess I've seen a lot of comments about don't mess with our logo, and I'm sure there's gonna be a real mixed bag with that. But one of the things that I've heard ever since I've been here, I've heard Rollins be called the armpit of Wyoming, and it's just my opinion that to overcome some of those perceptions, it might be that we need to look at rebranding. It's just a thought. And lastly, I just, as a recommendation, I think it would be great, or we'll get the survey out to everyone to take a look at the community comments regarding their thoughts on economic development, and because we have a question on that. And then I think it would be really good if we could maybe do a town hall sort of meeting where it's a little bit less formal and get, really dive in with community members and see if it's something that is that they would realistically want to do or not. So that's just, I'd be interested to hear any thoughts on that.
I can tell you that it all started with that New York Times article, but people are interested in wind power. And like in the podcast I participated in Montana, and then just recently in Louisiana, here they say, how do we get rid of them? There they say, how do we get them? People are interested. They don't know what they look like. They're like we were years ago when they first started talking about them. They don't know anything about them. This is just me saying this. I'd like to get a nacelle and some blades, put the nacelle down where this nacelle's the house part of them. Okay, the big house part that's up there, put it down at ground level. They're doing away with some of these. They're replacing them with bigger models. Maybe even do a cutaway of the transmission if it didn't interfere with patent rights and such like that. I really think people would pull off the highway to go climb in one. I don't really think it would be prudent for us to put them 300 foot in the air or allow them to go there, but if they could walk up a few steps into the nacelle and see what they're really made of and have a couple blades that are visible, or as mentioned before, arches into the town or whatever it would take to promote that. But I think a wind power museum would make people drive here to see it. I honestly do. They come here. I mean, I've entertained people from Holland and Germany and Great Britain and about 10 other countries. Been on TV in about 10 different countries, and it's kind of cool to watch because some of them are in German. You can't understand what they're saying, but our Main Street has been on TV many times, and Discovery Channel, they came here and did a 30-minute deal, so there is a lot of interest in that. And I did talk to one of the guys at Rocky Mountain Power also about getting a nacelle, and he was explaining that it will cost about $250,000 to take those and bring them here and set them up. But he felt also that these are two different conversations we're having here, but he also felt that some of the contractors giving enough of their names in lights would actually donate a lot of that to bring them here and set it someplace. I also talked to another gentleman that said he would donate some land out by Interstate 80 to do this with, but I don't know all the details about that. That's a whole nother deal, but.
I don't know how much land you need, but we own the land right along the interstate over there along the service road.
And that would be a good place to put it.
Instead of putting snow and gravel up there and piling it up all year long, they could use it. That's where they were gonna build that entrepreneur center that Antelope Pride was gonna do. Take that property and use it so you can see it off the interstate.
Yeah, I think just so it's visible off the interstate and then any kind of signage to where they know where to go to get to it or
Well,
whatever.
the point
but-
I'm making is it's in town.
Mhm.
People
Right.
might just stop and buy a sandwich.
And we also have Airport Road property too, all the way down in there.
Just get them off the highway, but I know it sounds crazy, but I think people would drive here to see such a thing and to experience it. I really do. I mean, how many people have been here, Sean? 100? Probably came here, 100 people, probably reporters from all over the world, probably 100 of them have come here. And what I did was I told them, if you come here, I'll spend a day with you. I'll show you everything. If you just come in on the phone, I'll give you 10 minutes. So talk fast. And amazing, they came here. Lots of them came here. The last one was that deal out of Louisiana. Actually, they sent me a big check. I couldn't believe it. They paid me. And they're going to fly me down there to Louisiana next year to that group. It had to be virtual this year. I was still planning on going down there, but next year they will. Actually, I'll go down there. But that's how much interest is in these things. And if we're the epicenter of them, man, we really do. Sean, you're right. We need to take advantage of it. And I'm all on board with that. Yes, sir.
Me too.
Me too. Is that just your opinion or a movement?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I support it. I like all that. I don't, if you're just looking for encouragement, there you go. You got it from me. I like it, yeah.
There's
All
lots
the
of,
ideas.
lots of blades go into the Casper landfill too, and they were complaining about it. Just a tip.
Well, and it's an expense to the companies.
So as a Wyoming business forum that we were just at, I don't know if Sean and Mayor Wycombe heard, but they paid the city of Casper, I can't remember the dollar amount, but company just in the last month is going to pay them to dig them up and take them out and to recrush for labor.
Really?
So Casper got paid to take them into the landfill, and now they're getting paid to take them back out. So, yeah. But with our ties with the electric company and just our geographic location puts us in a position we're not going to get one of these things from somebody that's new and hasn't stood them up yet, like Joe Cherry, but Rocky Mountain Power just repowered a bunch of them at Arlington, you probably saw, and they're getting ready to do the second bunch. So time is of essence, really, to get used equipment. And they donated some of them to colleges, but it's the president of Rocky Mountain Power, and I'll be darned if I can think of his name. I've been trying to think of it ever since it's down here. But he said it's possible for us to maybe finagle that. And
that's worth a conversation.
So
it's going to cost us some money, but
we got plenty.
But it might, yeah. Well, we'll put your name on it, Davari.
Yeah, Davari's Windmills.
And but anyway, it is a possibility, and it's another one of those Sinclair deals. It's an opportunity. It might not pass us again.
Should we, would the council want to just give a quick directive to Sean to continue to explore this avenue? Is that?
Yep.
Okay. It's a directive. You may do. Go forward.
Like consensus, it feels like the council is we wanted to, a work session to gather that.
I think that might be best.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to get the,
so the historical side of me wants to continue to develop the 4 different things that Wallace is famous for. But this certainly would be a wonderful museum, outdoor museum. But it also could be something that is an attraction that nobody else has, so.
Well, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of wrangling between now and the time that would happen, but you know, with these different companies and whatnot in our presence, I mean, just pursue it, I'd say, and just see what the possibilities are. Yeah.
Sure, you're not gonna have a problem, there's plenty.
Is there anything else anybody wants to say? Okay. Next thing on the agenda is an executive session. Councilman Smith?
Yes, I move that we go into executive session at 10:31 PM pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164059 and 2 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person or employee, or to hear complaints or charge brought against an employee, professional person or officer, unless the employee, professional person or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session, and I'm not going to read everything there. And is there any discussion? All in favor? Or no, open online voting? I digress.
I think we can
I always
hurry.
forget towards the end of the meeting.
It is open.
For some reason, Madam Clerk, mine isn't opening, and I'll vote yes.
Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
They sent me a check from Louisiana, and they're gonna fly me down there next year. I can't wait.
Where at?
I might. They speak.
Bodyguard.
They speak French.
Well, the trip's free.
Learn real quick.
Yeah, that's right. I don't understand. They change their mind.
You ever been there?
We sure.
Did you understand what I said? Because I didn't understand you.
Don't forget, it's first statement by
Governor.
Don't forget by Thursday. Right now.
Sign me up.
This is the reason they're famous.
I don't know how that's better.
And I was.
Okay, well, Grace Company is the
No, I get that. Oh, yeah. I've been with my son at home.
Next meeting. We're It's a little more. So I
Yeah, they asked me. I've had the chance.
You're there telling us.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Hi, Paul.
Sit you up there.
Lynn's so cute. I love it.
So, Gerald,